Greetings, 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 everyone. Welcome to the Dopest Nerd, where you come for the really real with a twist of Yeshua, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, and his Father God. Oh, yeah, and the Holy Spirit. You know what we do here, guys. Thank you for coming and being here with me. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us, and we are eternally grateful. You know what we do. Come in, take off your shoes by the front door, grab a pair of fuzzy socks out of the basket, jump on the couch, throw your feet up, make sure you like, share, subscribe. Make sure you click the notification bell and click all so that you can be notified when all of our lives come on or our posts. We thank you for being here. It's been quite a news day. Greetings, greetings all. Shout out to the dopest mod in the land, my lovely Renee, locked hair, don't care. Shout out to Desert Druzy, Tony G. Greetings, my love. Shout out to all of my people in the nosebleed seats. Shout out to the people that are watching on their TV. We appreciate you. Be sure to go into your phone and hit the like button so that the algorithm knows what we're doing. Shout out to Kiki Eyes. Shout out to my neurodivergents who don't want to text, type, or anything. They just want to interact by watching. We love you all. It takes all of us to make the world go round, and I appreciate your presence here. Thank you so much for being here. We have quite the news day. So much. So much going on, and I promise you, I am here to deliver. But first, before I go into our daily topic, well, as the thumbnail says, we are talking about Kanye West. We're talking about Shannon Sharpe and all of the developments in that case, as well as the FSU shooting. And basically, I think it's an indictment on society, who we are as people, what is considered the norm, what is tolerable and intolerable, and all that jazz. Let's discuss it. Shout out to Masai, Keisha Du Bois, Shay. I think I said Kiki Eyes, but I'll say it again. Shout out to you all, everyone who's in here. Some more people should be coming in. Hopefully we have as many likes as we have people in here. I appreciate you guys for showing us love. Yesterday was a tough day for me, guys. I was, when I say so emotional last night. And I just want to say I thank you guys for allowing me to be able to have a safe space to be vulnerable. You know, there's always going to be one lot that is main character syndrome. But thank you for providing a space for me to be vulnerable and feel loved and protected and cared for. I appreciate you guys. You know, no one could have told me 25 years in there would be new things to uncover in this case. No one could have told me that. I had no expectation of new things happening in this case. And unfortunately, this revelation came and it was tough. Shout out to Auntie Leah. Hey, boo. Shay, Dragon Queen Z, Alicia, Yemaya. Shout out to everybody. I thank you guys for providing a safe space for me, Martha Cardiel, and allowing me to feel valued. I think oftentimes, as with what's going on in this in the news and just in the world, there are lots of people. I'm not exclusive. I thought my phone was on silent. I'm not exclusive of people going through stuff, but what I do know that is unique is that they may not have a support system. Let me see who this is, guys. Hold on. I apologize for that, guys. I think everything that's going on today is an indictment on society. There's a lot in the news, and I just based on the fact that I do watch other channels, and I do scan YouTube to see what people's frame of mind and thoughts are, and I see this consistent theme of sinking to the lowest common denominator. Everything is so listen, and I say this with all due respect and no disrespect or no disparagement to anyone in particular, but YouTube is very monkey see, monkey do. One person said the ball is blue. Everybody's like, did you see the blue ball? Is a blue ball. Blue balls. Balls, blue everywhere. I mean, where are people afraid of having a unique and independent thought? Because I see things completely differently than they see it. What up, K-Leg? I see things completely different. But first, I want to ask you guys, how was your day? Put it in the chat. Tell me how your day was. Anything in particular that stood out? How you guys feeling? What's the word? Tell me how your day went. I know yesterday was a little heavy, and I'm so sorry for being so heavy. You know, and even though I had the support of you guys, it's still tough for me to like just come and be so vulnerable and lay myself bare. Oh, your heart is heavy today, Dragon Queen Z. What's going on, my love? Martha, what's going on? Dragon Queen Z said her day was heavy. What's the matter? Your heart is heavy. Is all okay? Talk to me, guys. I want to know how your day is. Martha Cardeal said, sad. What's going on, Martha? Why are you sad? How can we make it better? What can we do to make it better? Everybody, please give Dragon Queen Z and Martha Cardeal some love. Please. Oh, guys, please throw some praying hands and some hearts for Martha Cardeal. Her father is presently in hospice. I'm so sorry to hear that. We are praying for his comfort and peace. And if it is God's will, whatever God's will is, you know, we say, thy will, God, not our will. And we pray that he has the longevity that he chooses and wants for his life. And we pray that our warmth, our praying hands, our love, our support provides a sense of comfort for you in this trying time. We want you to know that you do not suffer alone. And I'm so sorry to know that this is what you are dealing with. May your amazing love and memories of all the great times envelop you like a warm hug. I pray covering for you and your family. Dragon Queen Z said, a lot between work, mom life, maintaining my mental health, legal affairs, and the weight of how today's society is so interrelated to us individually. I'm on burnout and I'm just exhausted. You know what, sis? I can 100% relate. Take this cyber hug. Take this cyber hug. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you feel overwhelmed. But here's what I have to tell you. No matter how tough it may feel and how overwhelming it may feel, the beauty of it is that God is, when you see one set of footsteps in the sand, it's not because you're walking alone, it's because God is carrying you. So no matter how overwhelming it feels, to God be the glory for it all. To God be the glory for it all. And he's definitely walking with you, and he is going to provide respite for your weary, your weary bones. He's going to take you in his arms and blow a breath in your weary bones and say, get up and walk. Take up your mat and walk. He's going to provide exactly what you need. You're welcome, ladies. You're welcome. What was that? I missed the statement. Aw. You're welcome, Desert Druzy. Oh, she said, you are awesome for checking with us. I was checking it on myself, and I feel triggered by generational garbage. I feel the need to do something proactive regarding society. That is why I come here. That is why I come and cry aloud and spare not, and I have my say, because it is my desire to do something too. I feel compelled to speak out against what I see and perceive as society, I won't say as a whole because we are not a monolith, but in this particular demographic, in this section of the internet, I do see a lot of misjudgment of situations, characters. I see people taking folly with the pains and the experiences and all of this that people are enduring. Oh, sis, what's the dealie, my love? Oh, I love you, baby. Love you, Jag. Everybody give some love to our sister, Jag. I love you so much, my love. Jag stopped by. She said, hey, at the dopest nerd and locked. Good to see you live. Can't stay long, but sharing this. Asheo, sis, we love you. You know we love you and we always thinking about you. Always keeping you up in prayer. Give our sister some love. Locked, throw her channel in the chat. For those of you who are not subscribed, by all means, go over and check our sister out. Show her some love. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Lisa said, so happy you're on again tonight. I am too. Yesterday was a very, very heavy for me. Oh, K-Lig said, haven't been able to find a job, trying to save my house, trying to pull together some semblance of a 10-year anniversary and continue to hold my kids up, my mom and my sis. I'm praying and hurting. Sis, first and foremost, God's anointing over you in this entire situation. There are, and I know it may seem like sometimes when you feel like you got a lot to catch up on, the little bit might feel like, oh, not enough, or the time you take away. But let me tell you something. The Most High God said, if I can trust you with a little, I can trust you with much. There are, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are gig work apps that pay pretty decent. Even if you get like 3 or 4 days in on the gig work apps, it will make up a difference. I'm telling you, once you make a good faith payment to a company, even no matter how much you're going through, if you make a good faith payment and say, look, work with me. Look up TLA Associates. I'm not exactly sure if he handles, I forgot what state you're in, but TLA Associates. I got to find the paper. I have it somewhere. He helps people with talk to their mortgage companies and get a forbearance. But if you're not familiar with the term forbearance, call your mortgage company and ask them, can you get a forbearance? That's when they restructure your loan, take all the overages and the overdue money and add it to the back of the loan. So you would start from fresh. And then you won't have the looming threat of loss of home over your head, but you also will have, and all you got to do is go on Chat GPT, speak to Chat GPT and say, hi, my name is blah, 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 blah. My address is blah, 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 blah. I am going through financial duress right now. Please cite all constitutional case law as well as state case law. I live in such and such a state. Please cite all case law and create a reconsideration letter for my mortgage company so that I can obtain a forbearance. Please explain in a compassionate manner that I'm enduring a rough time and generate my concern to hold on to the legacy that I'm building for my family, whatever's going on, like if you're ill or this, that, the other, throw that in it. Tell ChatGPT to write you a formal letter to your mortgage company. Say what the mortgage company's name is, the address, the phone number, and attention, whoever. ChatGPT will write you, baby, a letter, honey. And you send that to them. You send them it via email and you send a hard copy certified to the mortgage company. Okay? That's where we're going to start. The gig work apps, there are gig work apps called InstaWork and this, that, the other. Look up gig work apps in the App Store. It will bring you, I think there's something called, I saw them talking about it on TikTok, Papa Pal or something like that. And you can go do, there's like elders and you can go, the elderly lady might need somebody to accompany her to the hair salon or to go with her to the, to the grocery store. And they pay great money for people to be able to provide these assistance services. Listen, every dollar you make, take out little money and tithe and say, Father God, this is a tithe I'm putting aside or offering I'm putting aside from everything I make. I guarantee you he will press down, shake it together and pour it over and multiply that thing. And you know, I have no problem. So I love you, and we're going to continue to talk. I don't want you to hurt from not feeling like you have options or that nobody's there with you. Make sure you write down, jot down what I said. Make sure you jot down what I said. I'm down. I'm all in the. Hold on. I'm backed up on comments. I'm trying to scroll now, guys. Shout out to everybody that just joined. Hey, Barbara J. A modification or a forbearance. It's a forbearance as well. Yes, I'm submitting resumes for part-time tutor work, nothing major, please. And look, there's a lot of kids, and that's what you got to put on it. For all of our children who were uneducated or undereducated during the pandemic, I am providing a service. Don't only submit resumes, also post it in the neighborhood app chat groups, and say, I am providing a service. Do it as a business as well. I am a part-time tutor providing a service to parents who are in need. I will create a bundle for multiple children, stuff like that. Don't just submit resumes, submit it as a business too. We have to start looking at our side gig, not necessarily as I need a part-time job, as I provide this service. And that gives you control, that gives you work-life balance. You can set your rates. You can modify rates to accommodate a family who may be in need but doesn't have a big budget, and you get to control your time. And it still provides you with work-life balance. Shout out to Auntie Leah for offering assistance as well too. Hey, Beiji Boo. Hi, my love. Oh, sis, hold on. Let me drop the chat. Let me drop the link. What's up? Anybody else dealing with anything? Talk to us. You're welcome, Desert Druzy. It's my pleasure. Yeah, go check all those apps because listen, they pay gig work. It might be a company that's like, look, we need somebody to come and do a little, data entry during the evening for 3 hours. These companies be dropping. They pay depending on what region you're in. The salary or I won't call it a salary, but the gig pay is commensurate with your region, your area, what's being asked of you. Sometimes you might say, I work hard all day and I think tremendously and I have to do this, that, and the third. I want a little side gig where I could use my physical labor to help me lose some weight. I need to sweat in the evening. I won't be able to get to the gym, but let me go in a warehouse and do a little work. It's not tremendously crazy work. And it's, listen, a whole host of things. And we know what it is when we got to make them the donuts, we got to let them dollars make sense. Listen, sometimes you do something you wouldn't probably do because you got to provide for your family. And that's what this is. Don't nobody care how the money make. All they want to know is how it spend. Hey, sis, what's the dealie, my love?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, baby. What's the deal?
Hi.
Hey, sis. You look cute, honey. Okay, ponytail, bun. You look cute. What's the dealie?
Okay, I can't stay live for too long. There's someone that's probably like alerting the Jag Watcher. She's here. We can see the crack in the wall. We know where she's at.
Oh, Lord of His mercy.
So don't mind me.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You're so silly.
Oh. So, ever since I started having something to say about Angie Stone, people are very, very, very upset.
Why?
But well, Angie I guess Stone they don't want someone who has the kind of... Huh?
Angie Stone had something to say about Angie Stone prior to her passing. She had stuff to express.
Yes, she did. She had a lot to say.
I think
So
this space.
I've been
Go ahead.
working. No, I was saying I've been working and collaborating with paperwork, and I got dogpiled on his panel on Sunday.
Why? For what? Why'd you get dogpiled?
Oh, I don't know. I think I busted out one of the phonies,
What you
and
mean?
they didn't take it so
In
well.
his chat
Well,
or
I've
in
been.
online in general?
Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you. Online in general?
Okay, great. Yeah, no, they jumped onto the link, and they actually had this white guy like spouting all kinds of disparaging things with a bunch of black there, just
I told you
eating
that's
it.
a crowd. That is a tough crowd, honey. It ain't for the faint of heart. I don't mess with them. No
Well, the
disrespect.
thing is it's not even about that though. No one was talking about me. We were talking about Angie. And I started breaking down how all of the things that's happening to her have been happening to artists for decades.
Hmm.
And then I reminded them about Frankie Lyman and the movie, Why Do Fools Fall in Love?
That's right.
People, duplicitous record executives have been putting their names on our people's records for years and collecting money as if they had anything to do with it. Angie's not the first. And I wanted to highlight that. But every time I kept trying to get to the truth, that quiet storm, the gospel storm guy, the one that was trying to
Oh,
barrel his way on the Ear Channel.
yes. The older guy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was up there
Never
detracting,
pissed
and
me
I
off.
found out some things about him.
He seems to me
Very
like you
interesting.
see somebody in did he used to work in the industry? He gives a lot of in too many things for me.
Actually, I really don't believe that. I'm starting to believe he's very Vlad, being called a DJ without ever really DJing.
Oh, well, that's a
Well,
possibility.
this guy has all of these so called radio stations. He knows nothing about how HUR started, how Kathy Hughes was able to corner the market in the black music. He knew nothing. And
Is that
then
what he
he
says he
sat
owns
up there
radio
and started
stations?
talking about what, yeah,
Hmm.
he has
I
multiple channels. And
he's
do you know
very
what? When I asked him about the book,
he's very gossipy to
hmm?
me. He doesn't give I'm having a conversation to be informative. He's very gossipy to me. He gives, let me tell you the tea. And I feel like at that age, what are
Well,
you
this is
talking
the
about?
thing. That's how that's how he came on YouTube last year.
That's how he came on my channel
He
that
came
day.
on YouTube as the gospel storm, not the quiet storm.
He changed his
I
name.
busted him out about that. He was very upset. He changed his name to one
Yeah,
of his
because he was
other
he was the he was the
radio
gospel
brands or whatever. Because
he was the gospel scorn when he tried to come on my
yeah, he
channel.
was the gospel storm. I know. And now he's calling himself Quiet Storm. Total
Hmm,
troll move when you get busted out.
I would
He was
say.
allegedly supposed to be coming into the sectors to break out everything about the church and all of the corruption and
Yeah.
all of the fallacies that are happening in the church. But then when because Storm Monroe is the one who introduced him.
Oh. I don't
Isn't that
perceive him
something?
to be I don't perceive him to be someone who just based on my experience when he tried to bulldoze his way onto the show and just how he moves through the thing. He was very
Hmm.
disrespectful to me on other channels and very disparaging. He just gives to me, and this is my opinion, someone who had failure to thrive,
Troll.
didn't quite bigger than a troll,
Yeah.
failure
And
to thrive,
decided to become a troll.
and didn't
But
materialize
guess
what it
what
was
though?
that he had in
Or
his
should we
life to
say
materialize. And
failure
now
to
he's
launch?
people down.
But
Failure
wait a
to launch
minute
and
though.
failure to thrive. And he's
Guess what
trying to
he
tear people
admitted?
down.
Guess what he admitted trying to one-up me?
What's that?
That he used to work at Justin's
And he used to work tea parties
Oh yeah, well, we get to. I don't want nothing to do with that. This
with
thing I had such
anything
a tough night.
at
When I tell you
all.
yesterday, I had such a tough night. Did you catch the live yesterday or replay?
Mm.
I
No,
had
no, I've been
oh,
swamped working.
when I tell you I had
What
such
happened?
so emotional I can't even talk about it. You literally have got to watch it. All I can say is
I'm
I
gonna
did
watch your last live, and
that after 25 years that there would be new things for me to discover. It was too much. I can't
oh,
honestly. I
honey,
couldn't even
there's
go there because
always new things.
it was. But when you have lived a life and you feel like you know every single thing, every iota about your case, wait till you go see it. It was very very heavy for me. It took
Honey,
me to a whole nother place, and
I don't even need to go see it to know what you're talking about
it was
because
it was.
there's a lot of
When you think,
entertainers that are trying to move to Europe.
but outside of that, something very special happened on it. I want you to see it. God came into the space. It was visible on camera.
Oh,
When I say it was visible on camera,
oh,
like
shucky
literally
ducky.
visible. I'm talking, it looked like a portal opened up on my screen and there was a haze over my face the
Oh,
entire time. Like, I really want you to watch it. And everybody in this chat should be sharing yesterday's live to other people. I think God was moving in the space and teaching the world something. It was
a
very,
portal opened up recently.
well, a portal
Another
opened up
portal
on my
opened up,
channel
and
last
there's
night.
something.
No, I'm
I
not
know.
exaggerating. This is no
I'm not
hyperbole.
surprised.
When
No,
I say
I'm not.
on the
I'm
screen,
not surprised.
mm, it was a lot. It was a
Tanya,
lot,
Latanya, I am sitting here trying to tell you a portal opened up and it is unlocking certain people. So
baby.
I'm going to share it because I think people should watch it. But I just want you to know
In here
we're being
last.
watched heavily.
Oh, I believe that. I
We're
believe that.
being watched. Do you understand
Well,
me?
I'll tell you one
No,
thing.
we're being
If
watched heavily.
I'll tell you, I hear you, but here's what I'm going to tell you. Those who are watching, especially if they're watching, when they watched that live last night, they're going to take their hands off of me. I guarantee it. If you think I'm using
I
hyperbole,
hope they do, but they're terrified. They're terrified right now, darling.
well, they'll be more than terrified when they watch last night's live. I promise you. It was something otherworldly, Jag. It was not run of the mill. It was
I'm not
otherworldly.
surprised. I'm not surprised. That's why I
Oh,
had to tap in with you to
hold on one
let you
second.
know.
Shout out to
It's
Zoe. Hold on one second. Shout out to Zoe Rose for becoming a member. Thank you, my love. I appreciate you. And shout out to Zoe Rose for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. For the person who receives the
oh,
gift,
blessings.
make sure you give some love to Zoe Rose. Yeah, it was something, baby. When I tell you,
I know.
it has been going on.
I can't wait to watch it,
Oh my
but
goodness.
I
Oh my
know. You understand what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
It's time. The time.
Boy.
The time is here.
Well, let me
I
tell you
also
something.
find it very interesting that this thing happened to you right around the same time that the new Pope passed away.
Huh. Honestly, there were so many things
You
because I had
missed,
a dream.
did you miss that connection?
I didn't miss it, but there were so many things. I had a dream the night
Mhm.
before that was so I can't
Mhm.
even talk about it. Like I could feel the heaviness popping back on me. I can't talk about it. It was a lot. It
I
was a
know.
lot. Ooh. And
I
I
know.
and I ended up going over it again today with my homegirl, and it was too much. It was too much for me. It was too much for me. It was a lot of tears in the
Latanya,
spot, and
it's time
it
to
takes
put
a
on
lot.
your robe, sis.
Listen.
I
I think
know, but
last
it's
night
time to
said,
put on your robe. There is a great miracle. There is a great miracle that is about to happen through you. And I pray that everyone's watching.
well, let me tell you
I
something.
find it so odd
Yesterday, I
that
said,
my birthday, huh?
"When is your birthday?"
It's May 17th. All
Oh,
of this Diddy trial
oh,
business
listen, my father's
is my
birthday.
birthday.
Listen, my stepfather's birthday is May 5th, the day the trial starts. You got to watch the live. I promise. I can feel the emotions
Yeah,
rising. Please
I
watch
know.
it.
I know.
And I said on
I
the live
am.
last,
And
I don't
I'm
know how many
telling
of you
you,
guys remember me saying, I got to make my technical or dream coat because I feel like God is telling me get ready. Like Joseph, my amazing
that's
technical.
why I asked you to drop the link, because I too have been getting interesting transmissions from the ether. And I had come and tell you it's time for
Mhm.
you to put on your robe.
Mhm. I talked about it last night. God said to me that I need to get it ready. I promise you. I said my amazing Technicolor dream coat.
Didn't I tell you a couple months ago? Didn't I tell you a couple months ago that he,
Yep, yep, you did. And just so much has been going on, and
and now I'm stopping by to tell you it's time to put it on, dog.
yeah, I can't play. I can't play with it. I can't. I can't play.
You have to listen to me. Jonah did everything that he could do to try to negotiate his way out of being a miracle, and God made it impossible.
And here's the thing: I don't think I'm even trying to negotiate my way out. I think it was so much of trying to ensure that
Can I
baby
be
girl,
honest with you?
I give my full attention to baby girl and her
Can I be
senior
honest
year.
with you?
Sure, always.
Natanya, my dear sister, I have to say this to you, and you are my elder. So I hope that you can appreciate everything that I'm
Absolutely.
about to tell you as not being disrespectful.
Oh, absolutely
Get
not.
over yourself, okay? Can you just get over yourself?
By all
You are
means.
everything that God made. No, you are everything that God made you.
Hmm.
And you are not confused and you are not wrong.
Hmm.
It's just time now, darling.
Yeah, it was a wake up
It's
call. Yesterday was
time.
a wake up call. Listen, and I don't doubt it. I've
The
never doubted it.
future,
But if I was ever confused or
I know.
apprehensive or anything, yesterday changed
You
it all.
shouldn't be now.
And that's the
And
thing. I
that's why
don't
I
feel like
stopped by.
I don't feel like I
I
walked
didn't
into
even
it.
see the live, but it happened anyway.
Maybe, maybe. I don't even feel like I was confused walking into it. But if there was some subconscious underlying confusion, doubt, or anything, yesterday changed everything.
Hmm.
Everything.
Well, then I'm so happy I showed up late. So this
Mhm.
moment was all for you. And now I can tell you, hurry up.
But you know what? I promise I need to hurry up. I definitely do because it's
Do
almost
you
like
want to know what everyone watched
what?
that I haven't seen?
Sinners?
No,
What? What's
what
that?
happened to you yesterday?
Oh yeah,
I
baby.
saw it months ago. No, I saw it months ago. That's why I told you it's time to gather up
Let
your
me tell you
cloth and
something.
put on your robe.
I believe it because people lifted your name
I'm
up
going
as
to
well.
watch it and I'm going to get a kick out of it.
People lifted your name up in here as
I got a
well.
kick out of it.
It was.
I hear you, and that's great.
Ooh.
But yesterday, he put the crown on you. You got your crown yesterday.
Ooh. Well,
That's what that was.
I'd like to continue to wear my crown in the land of the living for some time, Father God. But I already know that I will because you've
You
already
will.
shown. We've had that talk.
You
We've
will.
had that talk.
You are going to be an old woman, and me and you are going to be an old hot mess one day.
Oh,
But in the
honey.
meantime, in between
Oh,
time,
honey. I'm excited. I'm excited. I love it.
congratulations.
Nothing.
Congratulations on your new endowment.
Asheo. Asheo.
I am so
I will
honored
say that it
to
was
stand in
definitely.
your company and say that I support everything that God has bestowed
Oh,
upon you. It's such a wonderful thing. And I,
thank
I
you.
just had to come in and just I congratulate you, even though I didn't see it, but I kind of already did. But
Let me
yeah,
tell you something. It
it's exciting.
absolutely was. It felt like an elevation. I had to sit with God after I got offline yesterday. I had to
You
sit and
got promoted, kid. You
I,
got your number. You're
no, here's
popped
the
the
deal.
cherry.
Let me tell y'all something.
Yay!
Let me tell you something very important that happened afterwards. So the world will tell you that a black cat and a black this and a black that is bad. I don't agree with that. After we got off live, I got off live like about, it was past midnight. We got off and I was getting my stuff together to like turn in and go upstairs. And something always tells me, well, the Most High said, look out the window. I looked out the window and I realized, oh my God, I left my car outside. But when I open my front door, there is a black cat standing in the middle of the street, staring at my house like this, full attention, like he could feel the energy inside here. And I was just like, what is this? First of all, I've never once seen that cat around here. I've been here a decade, never once. He was literally pointing
acknowledgement. That's what it was, sister. It was
acknowledgement. Just, what the? And then he ran across the street to the neighbor's house, and he I knew it wasn't just a black cat, because here's why. Not only
the cats are guardian.
Oh, without a doubt. I know they are definitely protective. But not only did this cat run across the street into the neighbor's driveway, they had 2 cars in the driveway. And based on how the moonlight shines down, it can cast a shadow on an object at night. This moonlight cast a shadow onto their car. The cat was wise enough. He ran into their driveway and then ran into the shadow so that I couldn't see him. So I'm like, Nirvana, look over there. Look at that cat. Nirvana was going, where? I can't see him. But I'm looking directly at the cat. I can see his ear pointing up in the shadow, and he's turning his head and looking around. I was like, what? I said, Nirvana, right there. She was like, Mommy, I don't see a thing. He had the good sense to hide himself from Nirvana. And then at one point when I went to open the garage, because I left my car outside, I said, I hope this cat don't try to run in my house. I had a stick in my hand because good tidings or not, I don't want no cats in my house. I said, I had a stick and I was banging it on the
No, you had just cut out. I think they're messing with our audio.
Probably. I had a stick and I was banging it on the concrete. The cat ran around to the back of the car. So help me God, when I bent down and was looking at the legs, the cat looked like it was standing up almost like a skinwalker, like it was getting up like a person. I said, oh my God, Vonnie, you see that? I slammed my front door. I was like, what is happening? It was a lot. I got off. It was so emotional last night. And then for that to happen, it was a little too much for me. It was a little too much for me. It was very heavy. And I just went upstairs and got into deep prayer. But I couldn't leave my car outside. I had to park my car back in my garage. But something was definitely
word to those who actually. Oh no, definitely, and we'll talk about it offline in detail. But to those who are noticing, there's a lot of energy that's happening here on Earth right now, and the one thing they're not really talking about is that the Earth is being heavily infiltrated by volatile sun rays. We've actually been hit with probably about 8 solar flares in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've been seeing stuff.
So this is going to change behavior in people. This is going to change behavior.
And have you heard from your
those who are truly tapped into source?
And here's the deal: you hear your boy doesn't want the trial to start.
What friend?
Because they said he.
What friend? What friend have I heard from?
I'm saying that, sarcastically. Puffy doesn't want the trial to start now because it's going to be.
He's not ready.
Bigger than not ready. Bigger than not ready. He is. It's bigger than not ready. His stars are not aligning. We're going to be in Mercury retrograde. He's terrified. But I know it's bigger
because he knows what that means.
I think it's bigger than Mercury retrograde. I think they have somebody watching my channel and they know that that's his stepfather's birthday. And they know the ancestors are watching over me. And he is finito.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I truly believe it is. Truly black. And I forgive you, Josh. It's not a problem. I told you I don't hold grudges and I don't take offense to things that easily. And I'm not I'm not a 90-pound weakling. I'm no shrinking violet. So, and it does, and I always reiterate on this channel, it doesn't have to be a love fest. Y'all don't have to agree with everything I say. You don't have to love everything I say. You are entitled to your own opinions. We're not a monolith, and we've all walked our own walk. So you can have your own opinions. I'm not going to block you because we disagree. Like, it's just not that kind of party. But I appreciate you for saying it.
You
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't even feel the
Usually
need.
when I block people, usually when I block people is when they're usually wishing death on me or something. I get real
It wasn't
intense
even that.
people.
It wasn't even that intense. He had an opinion and he stated his opinion, and I said, I understand what you're saying. Give me an opportunity to do my thing, just like you did your thing. I understand. So I wasn't. It wasn't a matter of. It
I
wasn't deep or anything.
challenge.
Say it again. What you
This
said?
I enjoy challenge. Challenge
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying. Come on. Get that
absolutely,
brain moving. Get it
absolutely.
working.
Thank you, Joshua. No, no need to. You're bad. You are still in, and I appreciate and I receive that love. And you still don't have to agree with everything I say. Like, we don't agree. We're not going to agree with everything anybody says.
Okay.
I love my mama as the day is long, but baby, me and my mama differ on a lot of stuff. I'll be like, well, I see your point, but I vehemently disagree. So it's okay. It's okay. This is how we're
And
supposed to
me
be.
and my mother disagreed about everything. And I told her, I downright don't understand
Anyhow,
you.
and here's the deal. Here's what I have to say. And it has to do with today's topic also. Like I said, today's topic, we're talking about Shannon
Mm,
Sharpe, Kanye West, and the FSU shooter. And I think regardless of
mm,
what the niche things are in regards to each one of these cases, what the root thing is who is around your children. Each one of these things is the offspring or the offshoot of what happened to children in their youth. Whether it is Shannon Sharpe and his choice of women and doing race play and just all the listen, people have kinks. This is his kink. He's a grown man. He's living his own life. He walked his own road. He's entitled to what he wants. It's not my choice. It's not something I'm interested in. But the root of it is rooted in his own self-loathing and self-hate. His mother was not around. He has said all
mm-hmm.
the time that he was raised by his grandparents. And when grandparents raise a child, they give them good, healthy love on average most times. But there's also something missing because there is a different demographic. Who is around your children?
Mm-hmm.
You hear what Kanye said? A lot of people came to the internet yesterday because, like I said, they love to be breaking news. I want to be first. I want to say it first. But look at what it ended up being. It
Yeah.
was about molestation. And let's be honest, this is a topic that is absolutely real. And I don't care if he was gaslighting. I don't care if he was trolling. I believe it. He's a Gemini. And like I said, my pastor said,
It
we ain't doing
needed to be said. It needed
but
to
it
be
needs to be
said.
said.
But see, this
Absolutely.
is the thing. This is a
Because I
conversation that is far too
overdue.
not
Overdue.
properly addressed. But the thing is if you talk about that, then it leads to the what's happening with celebrity kids, and then it
But here's
leads
the
to
deal.
the
It
what
if you
companies sanctioned, and then it leads to Rico Suave.
But here's the deal. Then if you hindsight being 2020, look back and ask yourself why he's always been so hyper focused on who is around his children because he was the product of
Mm-hmm,
somebody around him taking advantage of him under the watchful eye
mm-hmm.
or lack thereof of the adults in his life. You understand? You become hyper vigilant over
That
your
part.
kids when you have experienced something. It's just a PTSD that's going to stick with you. And then the FSU young lady who watches somebody, that one hit me a particularly different kind of way because I'm a victim of gun violence. For this woman,
I didn't even hear I didn't hear all the
oh,
details. What
honey,
are the deets?
somebody powed up the school. She's walking by with her Starbucks and filming the young lady that was shot on the floor, leaking blood. God forbid the young lady said she's played still because she didn't want him to come back and shoot her again. This young lady didn't know if she was alive or not. And she literally filmed it and put it out on the internet and posted it to strip this woman of her dignity in what could have been her unaliving moment. What could have been her a moment of transition? You chose to be that apathetic to the pain and the suffering of someone. It is a byproduct of what happened to you as a child. I don't care how vastly different each story is. It is all an amalgamation of the trauma exposed by a child, whether your mind was fragmented, whether you were abused, whether you didn't get enough love between 0 and 5 years old, or 0 and 6, where that concrete permanence develops. Because who you are as an adult is who you, by the time you are 6, who you are going to be as an adult is concrete, permanently conditioned in your mind at 6.
Exactly.
And if you don't get enough
Exactly.
love and nurturing between 0 to 6, you are going to grow up and be diabolical. Whether it is narcissism, whether it is sociopathy, whether it is psychopathy, whether it is a whole lot of stuff. The root cause is who was around them children. We remember when Granny was in the house, you know, crazy Uncle Joe will come to the cookout or the family reunion or whatever. And she said, now, Joe, get from random children now. You get back in that front. Because that is when there was someone who was wise enough, that had enough grace to love somebody in their imperfection, but to say, you ain't going to do it to nobody else around here. Now, whether you agree with that or not, and you think, you know, they should have kicked him out or whatever occurred, she loved crazy Uncle Joe enough to give him grace and not detach him totally from the family, but to protect those young ones so that he didn't wreak any other havoc based on what happened to him. We don't have that. When the grandmama 39, it's going to be a problem. Let's be honest. This grandmother's out here that's 42. So how much wisdom can you provide when you are 3 generations in 42 years? It's what a TI is. I knew a family, no disrespect to them or anything. I'm not going to call their names. I knew a family that had 3 generations in, I'm gonna shock you. 3 generations in 29 years. One, her mom got pregnant at 11, had her when she was, her mom got pregnant at 11, then the child got pregnant at 13, and then her son got a girl pregnant when he was 12 or 13. Come on. Now, God does everything. I still, see from a distance. We don't talk, and I haven't seen him in ages, but we don't have any animosity or anything. I still see on social media, and baby, when I tell you, they're all growing up, achieving things magnificent. And sometimes the people that went through the hardest things grow up and become the most productive. And oftentimes those who had a cushy life grow up and become a crash out because they don't know struggle. And they didn't have anything to aspire to. It was just very blasé, lackadaisical. But I'm telling you, the root thing is, who's these children around? Who's these children around? For Kanye,
people most of the time, and unfortunately, a good share of them, the wrong people are their own people.
Oh, absolutely. Look what Kanye said. Do you know, listen, I don't care if it was predicated on, because I think also 2 of these stories are a humiliation ritual. I truly believe it. I believe Shannon Sharpe and Kanye West may have an element of humiliation ritual to them. However,
they're still mad at him because of Cat.
Say it once again. Yeah, of course.
They're still mad at him because of Cat.
But here's the deal. I don't care what anybody says. I said when it happened, and 1,000,000 times since then, Cat Williams is a prophet. If you don't believe it,
period,
take it to the altar. That's a prophet. And he had to come and lay down a prophetic word. And baby, when I tell you it all came true, everything he said came true. He said, listen, there will be no secrets. You're either on God's side or the other side. You either on God's side or the other side. Everything he said came true. So anybody who
the thing is, he didn't say nothing He didn't say nothing special. He just told the
No,
truth.
he said the truth, but here's
God.
it. All of the
Mm,
truth and all of the important things lie in that, not big production, but just the
mm-hmm.
simple things. It's the little things. It's the little things.
That
All
part.
he did was lay it bare. That's it. He had a regular conversation and laid it bare. I keep telling people,
Exactly.
the only way for you to know that someone is a prophet, Father God said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. If you
No harm.
look at the Bible, the life of
Mm,
prophets were never easy. There's no prophet that had a cushy life. Read that book inside out, upwards,
no.
back, inside and out. Nobody had a cushy life. That's a prophet.
If you
If you
had a good life, you were a Pharisee. You were not a
There you
prophet.
go. There you go. And if you got people that walk around in here, they
Pharisees
call
had
themselves
cushy
prophetess.
lives.
I know people that walk around in here and call themselves prophetess this and prophet that, and they all
Mm,
cushy and I ain't never
mm-hmm.
seen them stub their toe. And I'm like, okay, be careful of the information that you take now.
Mm-hmm.
No prophet had an easy life. And God does that because he needs you to see. First of all, he all of these prophetesses and prophets that come with, I see a new car in your future. And the prophets of the Bible didn't come with that kind of news.
Uh,
They said, prepare for
no.
doom and gloom. They wasn't giving out new cars. You get a car, you get a car, you get a car. But in order for you
Oprah
to
does
see
that.
the goodness of God, you have to hear that tangible piece of information, and then the prophet has to reveal it to you, so God will manifest it so that you know that God is able and that
Mm-hmm.
he is real, and this so said, so done. If somebody doesn't give you prophecy and tell you what God told them, how will you know that God is real and
That
there is a
part.
such thing as a prophet? You have to hear it. The only thing is, we are spiritual hypocrites. When I was in theology school, I was going to write a paper on spiritual hypocrites. That's really what I wanted to write my dissertation on. Spiritual hypocrites, cherry picking the Bible. Because people love to say, show thyself
Mm.
approved.
Hey.
Ain't showed themselves approved for not a nothing. But they love to hit you with it.
Mm, 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 mm. Listen,
God
Cedric,
is
I
not a
had a
man
whole
that he should
conversation
lie.
about
And
what
he
the
said
true
his word
meaning.
will not return to him void. And I know he got me. But you
Mm-hmm.
you only know they're a Christian on Sunday because they carry the Bible and telling you, and they got a big flower on their polyester suit. Monday through Saturday,
You want to know what's funny?
they Hottentot.
They sit there and they talk about God's word. They talk about God's word and they don't ever follow it.
Listen, I keep telling
It,
people,
it, it really it, it really only counts for those who apply it to life.
listen, just because they know the word doesn't mean they apply it. Doesn't mean they apply it. God wants to see. Here's the thing. I don't have to tell you I'm a Christian for you to know that I worship God and his son
Mm-mm.
Yeshua. You're going to know it just based on your interactions with me. I was dealing with
Period.
something a couple of months ago, and I had to, this place that I was going to over and over, interacting with this man. I literally said to him, I went that day and I was finally getting through with some things because we had to take care of something I was getting. I went back to him. I was like, oh, you always help me. I said, let me tell you, in the midst of everything, he said, okay, I'm going to go back there and take care
Mm-hmm.
of it now. I stopped him and said, let me just say something before you go. Man of God, I want to thank you. I said, every single time I've come here, you have shown up as a man of God. And I know the Most High is looking down on you and patting you on your shoulder saying, my good and faithful servant, continue. I'm proud of you.
Mm-hmm.
He looked at me and said, he
Mm-hmm.
pushed back in the chair and said, you know what? I'm about to put my neck on the line for you. I said, why? He said, I know I work here. He said, you know what I do? What else I do? I said, what? He said, I'm a bishop. I said, what? I said,
Mm.
I'm not shocked. I said, I'm not shocked. You have always presented yourself as a man of God. That doesn't
That's
shock
it.
me in the least bit. He said, you try the spirit by the spirit. He said, I know you're a woman of God. He said, I'm going to do. He went back there and did something for me he didn't have to do. put his name on the line and told his boss, if anything goes wrong with it, take it out of my money. Why would a stranger do that? I mean, he's a stranger in as much
Because
as we.
God told him to.
He
Because
said, if
God told him to.
anything, and he said, you know, it's above reproach and it's taken care of already. But if by chance anything goes wrong with it, take it out of my pay. And the boss was like, what?
Verily
Because
I
he's
say
the
unto you,
manager
do not worry
and he's
about your
been there.
life.
He's the manager. He's been there forever and a day. He never said that about nobody, he said. He said, when I went back and said that, they was like,
Yes.
oh, go ahead. What? Okay. And came back and handed me my paper and said, God bless you, sis. Go ahead and do what you got to do. I said, thank you so much. I just
We've
wanted
been
to
talking about this over at the
his
Jaguar Right Effect.
words.
Allowing
Say it again?
yourself the space. Jaguar Right Effect. Just in this space. Allow yourself to become available so God can let you be a miracle.
That's right.
See, God uses people to be miracles, but you have to be available.
That's right.
In order for the miracle to take place.
Absolutely. 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 And he said, when you invoke my name, I know you are walking according to my will and my way. Shout out to Sassy Chick. Thank you for the super chat, sis. It's a blessing to have two of God's warriors speaking to us. Love you both, Natanya and Jag. Asheo, sis. Thank you so much. To God be the
That's our detonator sister.
Thank
She
you.
a member. That's Sassy Chick. Go on there, girl.
Thank you, my love.
Well, you know
To
I shared the
God be the
live because they don't put our notifications out. If we
child.
don't share it, they
They got me in a full Nelson at my subscriber count, honey. They was like,
I
don't let the word get
see.
out.
I
Don't let
see.
the word get
You
out
know
now.
what? I got an idea. No, I got an idea though. And I want to know
Okay.
how you think and how you feel
Okay.
about it.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking, how about, because
Or should we say it
I've
off the
been,
air? Is it on the air or
no,
off
I
the
mean,
air?
we can
Oh,
talk
okay.
about it here.
Okay.
I wanted to know if you would come through, because see, I'm doing this new thing on my channel. It's called Watch Your Back Ministries.
Oh, absolutely. I'll come through.
And,
Absolutely.
and we're
Anywhere you
doing
want.
a new pod, me and Grace, called Orange is the New Blog. And we're going to be sharing our jail stories from when we were falsely imprisoned and what we learned and
I
what we
see.
learned about God in that space.
Listen, God can reach you anywhere.
Boy,
First of all, for someone to insinuate that because someone has been in jail, I don't care if it was just incarceration, detainment, if there was a conviction or not, I would say some of God's strongest soldiers had to sit behind that wall. Okay? El Haj Malik El
the
Shabazz,
book of Revelations,
a.k.a.
the book of Revelations.
Listen,
It was written on the
Malcolm
Isle
X
of
was behind.
Patmos while he was in
Exactly.
jail.
Exactly. Malcolm X was incarcerated. He went in Detroit Red and came out Malcolm X.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Martin Luther King
Mm-hmm.
was arrested and incarcerated. Lots of people
On
were
settlement.
incarcerated.
Martin Luther King been arrested more times than me.
Well, look here now. Now look at that now. Now look. Now look.
Yeah.
Listen. Rosa Parks has an infamous uh booking photo. Lots of people who have done tremendous things have spent some time behind jail. That is not something that cancels you out from greatness. It doesn't. I know a lot of
You
people
know
ain't never been nowhere near, and they say it again.
You want
Say it
to know
again.
what I think about it?
What you think?
Okay, for me, no, I was saying, for me, when God sends one of his own in there, it is to do his work.
Absolutely.
You know, the one thing that I loved about my times in jail were my Bible study groups. They were fierce, fierce. I had those girls in the Word. I would write little scriptures for them to put in their pocket when they were being transported to court. I mean, it got to the point where at night our prayer circle pretty much included the entire tier.
Wow.
And the officers,
Mm-hmm.
they wouldn't shut the lights off until the last person was finished praying.
Because it made their job easier
You know,
too. When God is in
oh,
someone,
absolutely.
they don't have the need to kick up rumpus and make a lot of noise. Shout out to Barbara J. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Mhm.
Barbara J said, "Love and adore you, ladies." Thank you so much. We appreciate you and love and adore you as well. Thank
Oh, love a turn.
you. And Maggie Smith,
But that's the thing.
Margie Smith
Oh,
Fluffy said, "God only gives
yeah,
his biggest battles to his strongest soldiers." Asheo, to
that
God be the
part.
glory. That is so true.
What do you always say, sister? Send your best and your brightest, because
Oh,
that's
send
what
your best
God
and your
says.
brightest. Hallelujah. Because you know me. Don't insult my intelligence with weaklings and the flim flams. Send your best and brightest because why?
Well,
Why
I
would you waste?
love you. I get to go to the studio. I'm recording.
Love you. Sis, I cannot wait to come over there for Orange is the New
Yes.
Black. I think that is such, first of all, kudos to you for the play on words. You know, I love a good play on words. And I think it speaks exactly to the demographic that it needs to speak to. I think it speaks to those, and those who don't fit the demographic will be curious enough to come and hear what you have to say. And I will be honored to come over there.
Well, I would love it, your current calling on deck. If you could just come by and just share some words of encouragement, because we're
Absolutely.
inviting women to hit the link who have been falsely imprisoned or imprisoned for whatever reason. We,
Absolutely.
we want women to start talking about this because the one thing that Grace and I both saw while we were there is how many women were there because they didn't have God.
Mm. And
They
sometimes
put
God
a
will
man
put you,
before God. They put,
but you know what?
yeah, yeah.
It, it just proves and bolsters everything in God's perfect timing. Sometimes God will be screaming, and I always say, and my grandmother used to say to me, God will give you the whisper. If you don't heed the whisper, He will give you the roar. If you don't heed the roar, He'll give you a brick in the face. I
Hmm.
sincerely believe my
Yep.
getting shot was my brick in the face. There are so many women who cannot quiet the noise to be able to hear from God. And sometimes the only way to quiet the noise, He has to take you out of your element and separate you. When God separates you, is because
Where he
not
can
because
have
He
a,
wants to hurt you, because He wants to prosper you. And He knows
hmm,
I have to separate you from those people in your life
captive.
outside the wall
All, hmm,
who's a negative influence so I can speak to you in that quiet. Because, baby, I know it's quiet in
hmm,
there at a certain time. And ain't nobody with you but God. So He sends
hmm.
you. And He had to send somebody so powerful to reach certain sisters. Like I said, let Him cook, let Him use you.
That's it. Be a miracle. And I tell
Mhm.
that to everybody over at my channel. And I also wanted to know if it would be possible if maybe we could get a couple of guest spots from you. It doesn't have to be a whole
Absolutely.
week like we
Absolutely.
did with the dead bird. But I would
Absolutely.
love it if you like some guest spots. And not only that, we're doing book club. I was going to send it to you and send you the
Okay.
link. So if you ever wanted to jump in, my new tea,
Absolutely.
we're
What's
reviewing
your
it.
first book?
Super Learning 3000,
What's your first
Learning
book?
Made Simple. And I told it's called Super Learning
Hmm.
3,000. People
Okay.
are already buying their books. I have to do the acknowledgement because once we get to 250 book sales, Muti is going to come and walk us through how to apply the knowledge in the book in real
Okay.
time and give us an introduction to her next book, Guiding Genius. And
Okay.
I would love it if you could come. So I'll make sure
Absolutely.
I send you thumbnails, I'll send you
Absolutely.
links with times, show up whatever you'd like. But I would love it. Our platform is about to cross 57K.
Proud of you. I
We
can't
did
listen.
that in 6 months.
They got me in a chokehold. I don't know why. I'm not. But you know what? I'm not going
They're
to even.
doing the same thing to set in the West. No, they're
It's
doing the same
broken.
thing to set in the West. So you know
It's so,
what? What
it's so
I
crazy.
want to do is I want to host a couple of your conversations
Okay.
over on the Jaguar Right Effect, where the mods
Absolutely.
can be there to drop your link and make sure people are seeing you and subscribe.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. That works for me,
Do you think?
and I thank you for that. And I don't know, sis. Let me drop another thing on you before you go. I have to give you. I have to take this
What?
moment and mean it in all sincerity, like everything else aside.
What?
I have to give you love
Mm-hmm.
because even 1 year ago, when prior to 1 year ago, I say a year and a half ago, when things started coming out and
Mm-hmm.
people were not really focused on me, you kept saying, "What about Natanya Rubin? What about what they did to Natanya Rubin?" I don't know if you heard, but just this past
Mm-hmm.
Friday, Puffy's attorneys filed a motion in court to beg the judge to not let the 1999 club shooting case be a part of this RICO. I guarantee
It's
you.
not gonna happen.
Oh, no, he was denied all 10 motions. But I guarantee
I
you,
know.
it got this far because you would not let the world not say my name. And I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. See, I crossed paths with a lot of people in 25 years. I have to say, when people started sending me messages saying, "I didn't know you knew Jaguar, right?" And I was like, "I don't. Why you say that?" "Girl, Jaguar on the internet talking about you all over the place." I said, "Really?" I know this has to do the fact that I've reached at this point after 25 years. I owe so much of it to you. We owe it all to God, but so much of it to you. Thank you for allowing Him to use you and be a vessel. And thank you for thinking it not robbery to say your sister's name. I appreciate it. I appreciate it from the bottom
You
of
are my
my.
sister. You are my sister in Christ.
And so
My
many people
arms
have
ain't big
so
enough to
much.
box with God.
Hey, Asheo. So many people have so much to say and want to tell you who to talk to, who not to, but what have they done? I know what you've done.
Nothing.
And I thank you. Thank you for letting him use you. Continue to be
I'm
that
doing it.
vessel. Continue to be that. To
Well, then
God be the glory.
let me use you some more. We got to figure out the schedule when you can appear, but we have to have you over at the Jaguar Right Effect, and we have to have a subscriber party. And
Okay.
we're going to be asking everyone that shows up to come and subscribe
Shout out, Nick.
over here
Absolutely. I
because they
thank
need
you.
it. They
I
need
think
it.
it means the
Even if it's
world
only
to me.
1,000 to 5,000
Listen,
people, that's more people that know to come over here and get it.
sis,
But let's get it. Let's get it. Let me,
52,
yeah.
52 mean a lot, okay? I ain't complaining. 52 mean a lot. I would gladly receive the 1,000 to 5,000. But
Yeah.
I thank you for even thinking it not robbery to love me enough. Like, you don't get this everywhere in the world. God, listen, God
I
ordained
can't
this
say
for
that
a
I love the world and not support what the world needs. You hear me? I can't
absolute.
say that I have love for wanting to take back God's world and not demand that people look at one of the main people who's going to make that possible.
I share
I
it
know
today.
what you're causing the matter of. I know what God showed me. And the only way I can truly love God's people, God's world, is to make sure that nobody misses one of his greatest miracles. And that's you, sis. And that's just that. And it's my honor. It's my honor.
Thank you. I received that. Thank you. I truly received that. I received that. None of this is possible without God. None of it is possible without Him. When I tell you, God said it was one thing for God to give His only begotten Son, so that whosoever shall believeth in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life. But, baby, let me tell you something. I'm sure when a lot of those things were going on, some people were talking about it, but not everybody. But for God to show up on YouTube yesterday, nobody can tell me people won't be talking about this later on. Oh, we lost connection. Oh, hold on. You had dropped. Hold on 1 second. For God,
Girl, my other device died.
well, I was
It
like, I'm
got
sitting here talking.
I had it charged up and it died. Well, it got too hot. I don't understand. But I just wanted to let you know I got to get ready to go
Thank
anyway. I
you.
got to hop in the
We love
shower,
you.
head to the studio.
I love you so much. But
But
I think anything for God to give his only begotten son so that our sins may be forgiven. But God showing up on YouTube now, girl, when you get a chance, please watch yesterday's.
oh, listen to me. I can't wait. I'll be watching it, I'm sure, at the studio tonight while I'm in between recording and all that. I'm
Me
watching
too,
it,
me too.
but I'm not surprised because I know what I saw.
Yeah.
See, I keep telling people this
You
stuff
see
is
the
so not
doggy? Oh,
interesting.
guys, I got a new doggy too. Come here, Kobe.
Where?
Boy, come here, boy. Come say hi to your family. Say
I'm like,
hi,
you, that ain't no
everybody.
puppy. That's a big dog.
He listen. He's gonna be a year in October. Don't lick me in my face now. I doesn't play them things there. Just get my baby. Oh,
Kobe, come on. He's
He
excited.
he want that good. He want that goodness.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
I
he's
don't
Hey,
play them things there at
Nirvana.
all.
hi. And this is sweet.
How are you, sweetie?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. It's good to see you with your hair wrapped up
Listen,
and
she went to
listening to
prom
your
Saturday,
mama.
honey. You should have seen her on Saturday, honey. That thing ate on Saturday. She was magnificent. Magnificent. I
No,
showed them
Fabulous.
yesterday. Yes, Poopsa?
I don't know. I was throwing focus on.
Oh. You can leave the door open. What you got on sneakers?
I hate the fact that God shows me some things in advance. I never get to be excited like everybody else.
Look at that. Look at your baby.
Gorgeous.
Fierce, honey. Fierce.
She's her mother's daughter.
Somebody taught me this yesterday. Put my hand behind the phone. Child, I didn't even know all of that. I was so proud of her. I'm so proud of her. Oh, thank you, Barbara J. Barbara J said justice for Natanya. I love
Indeed.
you, sis. Let me tell
And
you something.
more than justice, but God's grace and his endowment and everything that he has, because what you're what we're seeking justice for you is just the opening to what God really has planned. That was just the beginning,
Yeah.
your
Well,
survivor story.
after you watch what happened yesterday, they're gonna know for a fact that God is with me and they're gonna be there.
Look,
If
look.
my name wasn't lived out no other day in this 54 years of existence, gift of God, it was lived out yesterday. Look at yesterday's live. I'm telling you.
All right, I gotta check it out. And I'm gonna make
Nobody
sure I
can
share it.
it was the moment when nobody can doubt. Like when you got what's his name over there saying I was a Haitian voodoo priestess with a fake Jamaican accent, baby, he got it. If he look at yesterday's life, he got to eat them words.
No,
God,
they're gonna say that it was AI.
they listen. I told him right on the screen, I ain't that techie. I said if I was that techie, y'all would have had y'all merch already. There ain't no I ain't that techie to be able
Oh,
to do
girl,
none of
talking
that,
about merch.
baby.
I finally got the t-shirts out.
I need to do mine. So much is going. I've been so focused on trying to put my 100% into Nirvana. When you put 100% into one thing, something's gonna give. So, and I hate that it's the nerd herd because you guys deserve it. But I I've been trying to. My husband is gone. I
She
have to
comes
be.
first.
I
She
have to
comes
be. Yeah,
come first. She
I
come
have to be.
first. That's just that. And
Mhm,
anybody who don't understand that, well, they don't matter.
mhm. I
But I
can't
love you,
feel
and
like
I'll
this.
see you, and I'll be calling you because we need to talk,
Okay, absolutely.
girlfriend,
I love you.
offline about this
Mhm.
amazing thing that I saw. But we ain't gonna talk about it. We ain't
Okay.
gotta talk about it. I ain't gotta be
Well,
right.
you
Yeah,
know I
I don't
can
know
wait.
nothing. I don't know nothing. God don't tell me nothing. I'm tripping.
Okay. I listen. I love our conversations now. Huh? But we ain't
Love
got to share with
you.
you
And
two. I love you. Thank
congratulations.
you so much. Thank you. I
No,
love
seriously, because what God is about to do with you and for you, it's going to be so amazing. And I tell people all the time, people say, "Oh, Jag," and I'm like, "No, you really don't understand. When God shows me what someone is, what the calling is, what it's supposed to be, I get this advanced look. And for me, I feel like I'm still in backstage passes to some of the most
you.
amazing things in the world. And
Mm,
I get to say, I remember before it happened. I knew it was, and I get to be there,
mhm.
and it's great. So I'm just happy. I'm ecstatic, and you know,
I just am so eternally grateful for you. Your love. Like I always
I
say,
told them God was touching down. I told them God was touching down, and
baby,
this platform will not be spared.
I don't know if anybody doubted you, they are fool. Because when I say God was up in this place, I was like, "Hello, Father God, is that you?" I went into prayer mode because I was like
Oh,
I have never
he
experienced
touched
anything like that. It was
Houston.
palpable
We
and
have a
visible,
problem.
baby.
God has healed.
Oh, Houston got a problem, but I'm gonna make that a thumbnail for another day. But as for me and my house, when God stepped in here, I was like, it startled me for a second because I literally didn't know if God was like, okay, you did what you had to do. Come on, good and faithful servant. I'm here to collect. Because I was just like, what is this? It was startling. It was startling. And it's not easy to startle me, but that was startling. It was palpable that God was here. Anybody that wants to make a mockery, at your own risk, by all
Go
means. I
on.
say that with the utmost
Make your
humility.
content.
Baby,
We gonna see if it'll get you a better seat in hell.
yeah, baby. Because I was like, they bugging.
I keep telling them, thou shalt not bear false witness. You
Hey,
want to lie on yourself, God don't care. But don't lie on nobody else, and that's God's
listen,
law. And for everyone who sit here and break that, I'm telling you, every time you break it,
especially don't lie on somebody that God got his hands on.
that part.
You're not fighting me, you're fighting God. You're
I
not
keep
fighting me.
telling people that you don't got a jag problem, you got a God
Listen,
problem.
listen,
You need to go work that out.
when I say I was a different level of vulnerable and transparent and
You
broken,
felt like a
broken and hurt.
child.
Yes, yes,
I know because it happened to me 2 weeks ago.
yes.
And literally, I lie to you not. I felt the spirit touch my
Mhm.
third eye, and the sun, all the clouds rolled back, and I felt him all over me, and tears instantly started streaming from my face,
Oh,
Natanya.
baby, I was in here snot trying.
Instantly. It just streaming from my face. Like it was like, when you a little kid and you get smacked and the
Yeah,
sound don't come out.
yeah,
It was like that.
mhm, yeah. It was a level of vulnerability that I've not publicly shown
Acquiescence,
to.
full acquiescence, full
Mhm.
surrender. It's like
There's nothing like it.
I surrender all. That song means something different to me now.
Mhm.
I surrender all,
Come on,
all to
thank
thee, my precious Savior. I surrender all. When
you.
you have that moment where them old Negro spirituals start
Oh,
showing up in
oh,
real
oh. When you
time.
listen, I'm at a point where, and it's been like this for a while.
Yeah,
Like outside of preparing for the show and like just seeing what's happening in the world or
yeah.
doing my show, the only thing that's on my TV, a la YouTube, is scriptures night and day. It's like I've lost a taste for everything else of the world. I just want to hear God's word.
Why would you? It's the truth. It's like when you find out what's in chicken nuggets and you still keep eating it.
Listen, listen, at your own peril. At your own peril. Look,
It's
you heard what they calling them now? They're not even calling them nuggets no more. They call them nugs. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Industry nugs. Get you a large order of nugs. I was like, what is nugs? Nuggets? I said, no, no, no. You saw that KFC commercial, Jack?
yeah, I watched it on your channel. I've been sharing it with people. They
Child.
keep seeming to miss it. I said they dipped the man in gravy and it came up a nugget. I don't need it. I don't need what's that James Bond?
Boneless
I
chicken,
don't need it.
baby. And
I don't
listen,
need it.
I went away and then I saw one of my family members. We was sharing out food and one of my family members had some KFC.
Yeah.
I
You
was
eating
like,
that?
and I was like, oh my God. I was like, Father God, do I say something? I don't want to
I was done with the. I was done with Hail Gravy. I was done with the golden egg and the
Listen,
dum
listen,
dum dum
listen.
dum dum
Wait, did
dum
you
dum.
notice they were playing Afro beats in the back? Do, 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 do,
I
do.
know.
Afro beats mixing it with this chicken people. Him and the chicken was having a stare down contest. I was like, no, this is bizarre on another level. It was,
When they dipped him in, though,
and the
full
bubble stop.
submersion.
You saw the bubble stop, which signified he is no longer with us.
No, he
Yeah.
is now a nug.
And it's just saying that we've been eating, or not we, because I haven't had no KFC in like 30 something years, but
I
people
don't
have been
give.
eating.
They
People,
tell it to you. They put it right in your face. Listen to me. Here in Vegas, they got that big old ball.
oh, I seen
I'll
that.
never forget the night
Listen,
when they had it printed on there. You are not safe here.
let me
And
tell you something.
people did get terrified.
No,
I'm like, why are we still?
people are
What?
apathetic. People are apathetic. People think everything is just advertising, and it's so
See,
weird.
I watched that show V in
I
the
saw that
80s.
ball when I
And
went to the
I know,
convention
don't you
in
walk into
Vegas.
that tent, because when you walk out, you will be changed. You
That's
remember
what
the
I keep saying.
humans?
Listen, people at the convention was like, "You guys want to go to the big?" I said, "Absolutely." I did not even like the side of that thing. I said, "I'm not stepping foot in there. Y'all crazy?" People went to the. I said, "No, man."
They got enough cameras in there to clone half of America in
What I
15
know is that,
minutes.
and when I was there, they were flashing those words real fast. So it was going so fast, you would have to watch it like 15 times to kind of get a string of 2 or 3 words together. They were flashing words. I said, and then they put that big eyeball on it. I said, "Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I want nothing to do with that." But what bothers, and I'm not judging anyone, but there are so many people, what's up, Toynette, that have no spirit of discernment. And that has a lot to do with what I came to say here tonight. They have no spirit of discernment. It's like they just follow what the next man says, and all of them run
Yeah.
with the same thing. And it's not that at all. I'm like, y'all can't
But
see
that's
it.
the system. The system has taught it. It's encouraged it. It has oppressed it. It's enforced it. And people are system reliant.
Yeah, yeah.
And if
It's,
that's what you want to
it's
be,
monkey see, monkey
just
do.
know there's no in between. It's either you're God reliant
That's right.
or you're system reliant.
Right.
And we need to just get to that point.
Well,
That's
without a
why
doubt.
everybody making all of this fuss about,
Mhm.
Donald Trump and the this and the that. And I'm like, I don't think people understand. Prophecy is going to be fulfilled and everyone's going to play their part.
Here's my thing. I got past the shock and awe because I see what God is doing.
Oh, absolutely.
People don't understand that the common man is being unified. God will use whatever tools he has to make his
Understand
will be
this.
done. His
The
will be done.
only thing that I care about is the fulfillment of prophecy. And
Mhm.
everyone plays their part. When I
Absolutely.
see something that someone will say, "Oh my God, that's this and that's that," no, I'm
Mhm.
watching because I know God's about to do something.
Oh, without a
See,
doubt.
I'm always going to choose God's plan, always. And
Mhm.
the fulfillment of prophecy isn't always pleasing to people. No one's really looking forward to the crowning of what they know as allegedly the second beast.
Mhm.
And, we already know him. He's
Mhm.
already here, but they're about to reintroduce us to him in a whole nother way. And my thing is let's just get to the end because I know how the story go. I done read the Bible, so let's get to it because I'm
Mhm.
tired. Like I don't understand why everybody want to hold it up.
Because they don't know. They don't know. Listen,
Like,
let me give you a joke in the meanwhile. I see Nick put 10 more likes, family. I had to use a Jag thing the other day. I was like, what? No likes? Hold on. You put the likes
yeah,
up. I had to use a Jag. Somebody was like,
you
oh,
better,
I love your
you
Jag
better.
tactics. I said, baby, let me use my sister's tactic. Oh, y'all don't want to put the likes.
Y'all don't need to see me then, not at all.
Loretta said, you tickle yourself, mommy. I said, yes. I thought it was very funny.
It was very funny, and I
I
love
thought
it.
it was
And
so
thank
funny.
you.
Absolutely.
I feel honored
Listen, I had to bow to this. I
that
invoked
you
the name.
used
I
the
was like, oh,
jagism
yeah.
that it came.
Listen, I said, oh, y'all don't want to give me the like? Let me use my sister's tactics in here.
Boom.
Y'all
Look,
want to see me. Poof. We
just
got
like that.
Listen, and
Just
we
like
did
that.
like that, and we got a bunch of likes instantly. I was like, "Oh, you guys do want to see me." It was just,
Resting diva face.
it was. Listen, hey, look, and resting diva face looking, honey. I was like, let me use my sister's tactics. It was so funny. I got a big kick out of
I
myself.
love it. I love it.
It was hilarious.
Well, I'll be calling you later.
All right, baby, we'll talk
Not too
later.
late because I know we're on completely different time
Okay,
zones, but
right.
there's a lot going on. So if I don't,
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll shoot
we'll
a
talk
text
tomorrow.
before I call.
Okay, I love you.
But I had to stop by.
Listen, you got space here. There's always room at the inn. There's
There it
always room
is.
at the Dopest Nerd Inn, honey. For
There
my
it is. There
come
and
on, won't
Jaguar
you come?
Country, you ain't even got to pay taxes.
Yeah.
You an
Hey,
ambassador.
listen,
You
you
roll
exempt.
right through.
You exempt from taxes over here, honey. Just come on in. Won't you come? Listen.
Lord knows they taxing us everywhere else.
Listen.
I'll see you.
Love you, baby. Mwah, mwah. I love you so much. I always have fun with my sis. We have some of the most amazing conversations, and you need to have people that you can have solid conversations with. I always have amazing conversations with her. From our very first conversation was, baby, when I say so profound, I said, wow. So thank you to you. I love you, sis. And let's get to the topic at hand. So we're talking about Mr. Shannon Sharpe. Everybody, so as you all know by now, he is embroiled in a scandal, and a scandal of a multi-tiered scandal. He is being accused of essaying, or let's say assaulting, a young lady that he was involved in a what seems to be a 2-year situationship. And according to the young lady, who was 30 years his junior, or 30 plus years his junior, they may have been involved in different role playing and different sorts of niche interactions and kinks and all of that, but it got to a place where she was uncomfortable with some of the things that he was doing and saying and in manner in which he was treating her, and she expressed her desire to not have to deal with that or not be treated like that, and he did not respect her boundaries and insisted. I mean, I heard a recording. One of the recordings, he said, if you say that, I don't want you to use that word. If you use that word with me one more time, when I come over there, I'm going to choke the out of you. I thought that was like, who child you talking to like that? Because my daughter can't tell me some man talk to her like that. Baby, I'm a woman of God, honey. And the Lord said, the battle is not mine, it is the Lord's. But on that day, knock if you buck. You're talking to my daughter like that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, people have we live in a world that's so out of order that anything goes. People have proclivities, and they are more concerned with fulfilling the needs for their proclivities than they are with living an upright and matchless life. And that's what some of the problems are. Oh, you ain't hear the recordings yet, baby? But oh, they nasty. Not the least of which, listen, AI can impersonate voices too, but here's the thing. If we get studied, let me put Shushu. What up, Shushu? Let me put this up here. AI can impersonate voices too, but here's what you have to understand. And that's like when the Bible says those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. AI has a cadence. If you listen to AI, it has a weird cadence. It is trying to mimic what sounds like actual human conversation. And I think because the bulk of the interactions online are that of these young people that talk with this kind of, if you look at some of these, I can't even watch some of these content creators. They're like, okay, so I got to tell you a story. I was out with this guy, and I'm like, hello, my ears don't work so fast. And I know accents. I know this, that. They speak in such a cadence. So AI is trying to replicate natural human cadence. And so it has a bizarre tone to it. They speak in these rhythmic da 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 da. The sentence is not, so they may put an unnatural pause at a place that doesn't require an unnatural pause because they are trying to mimic human response. Now, you may be able to do a cross section and cross reference of all of the information on the internet and give the answer to something and write a formal letter real quick. But the one thing anything outside of human cannot master is human. Humans can't master being human. So you ain't gonna tell me no computer can master being human. The cadence to the AI stuff has a weird cadence. You can hear. You can't completely, just like they can't get fingers together. You ever look at an AI picture? She be beautiful chocolate, honey. That complexion be so smooth. That chin be the chin we wish we had when we reach over 50, and waist be snatched, and she got 7 fingers on one hand. Okay? Like they can't get fingers together, and they can't get that voice together. Fingers be weird, honey. I done seen an AI with a chick with a guy, and he was hugging her. He had 3 hands. One was around her waist, one was right here around her shoulder, and one was by his side. I said, but wait, what is this? 3 hands. And they had 7 fingers. So let's be honest. There are some things that AI has yet to be able to replicate because God's majesty says, I am God. My creations are infinite. Man may retard and I'm not saying retard as in the word that people is not, I'm saying the root word retard as in change in a negative way. My creation, but artificial intelligence cannot replicate my creation yet. And I won't even say yet. They cannot. They can't. It's an unnatural pause in the voice of AI. This was, on my information and belief, this was Shannon. He have no unnatural pause. He said, if you use that word again, I'm gonna come over there and choke the fuck out of you. And she was like, you know how you get in trouble with your parents, and so you be trying to rephrase your sentence, and you're like, listen, he had her under unnatural, undue, inappropriate pressure. And here's what one of the biggest problems I have with all of this. What he did was inappropriate enough. And let's stop having this conversation of, oh, it's legal, because enslaving Black bodies was legal too, but it was morally decrepit and abhorrent and reprehensible. Let's just bring out all the SAT words. It was horrific. I don't want people to tell me what the law is, because there were things that were legal just a few years ago, and if you do them now, you canceled. Okay? So don't tell me about legal. I don't want to hear that at all. I have a problem with the grown men, people's grown husbands out here on the internet talking about, oh, she was over 18, so she was legal. Sir, Mr. AARP card carrying, Bijan hair and mustache dyeing, comfortable shoes, sensible shoes wearing, depends after you've been at the game too long wearing. How dare you? How dare you? Why are you mingling with young women who are just blossoming into themselves? Why do you need to interact with a young woman, somebody's daughter? Because you would not allow nobody to do that with your daughter. You'd be ready to fire and brimstone if somebody did that with your daughter. So why, when it goes down, your answer is, oh, she's legal, she's over 18. Listen here. What conversations are you, Mr. 50-something-year-old, having with Miss 19-year-old? What? Where you talk about? What are you talking about? The Jordan's new release? What you talking about? Why would you not want someone who is of like mind? Look, the Bible says equally yoked. She ain't got, listen, you could easily be 54 and she's 44. That's still within a healthy range where you guys have something substantive to talk about. She's still young. Oh, yes, honey, Bijan sensible shoes, darling. What is you doing? My girl is young and prim and spry, and you over there talking about, baby, hand me that CPAP machine. She don't want to, you think she want to hear the buzz of a CPAP machine? Like, why we can't let young people be with their group? Why we can't Combat is for young men, and wisdom and guidance is for the elders. Why? Why? Exactly, Joshua. God said no coveting, no adultery, and keep it in your pants until you get married. What is so difficult about that? Listen, I am trying to be as respectful as possible, stay in my lane as a woman of God, and yet still report the actual news to you. One of the things she alleges that a service she was providing for her, and what is it about men who have gone through some type of struggle or deficit, have um, overcome the obstacles that life has placed in their way and achieved greatness, but they like, and listen, no disrespect to schmeck workers, I would prefer if you didn't do that, because you are creating soul ties for which you cannot escape at some point. You are muddying the waters of this is your spiritual house. Your spirit lives in this flesh house. You don't want all that riffraff energy inside your flesh house. Plus, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. But let's put that aside. Let's say someone was a product of trauma and they didn't have guidance and structure, and they have somehow delved into this world. Why is that who you choose? You consider yourself a man of upper echelon. You've acquired wealth and means and power and platform and a voice and influence, and yet you want to pay a girl who just finished being a minor, a girl still who on out there, when you go to the store and you see them young people out there and they doing their TikTok dances. Why are you paying TikTok dance girl to? I am trying to say this in the most respectful way. He was paying her $25,000 per gluteus maximus to procure oral interactions with her. So he was not providing it to her. She was providing pleasure orally to his gluteus where the sun don't shine, at a rate according to what was stated, $25,000 per gluteus maximus cheek. What? I literally just heard him interviewing Bobby Brown the other day talking about, my family want all this money. I can't give my family all that money. They just want my money. I ain't giving it to them. But you can take someone's young 19-year-old daughter and deflower and defile her to pay her to spelunk. You know what spelunking is? Does anyone know what spelunking is in here? Y'all know I'm a notorious nerd. If you know what spelunking is, put it in the chat. If anybody knows what spelunking is, put it in the chat, please. I'm going to give it another 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, Lot, something about a cave. It's cave exploring. Yes, Shushu, cave diving. He was paying her $25,000 per gluteus maximal cheek to spelunk in his nether regions using her tongue. Why are you defiling someone's 19-year-old daughter like that in such a way? Sir, you are a college-educated man. You know that constitutes human waste. Why do you want someone's daughter to procure human waste from your nether regions at a rate of $25,000 per spelunking expedition? Why are you doing this to someone's daughter? It's disgusting. It is abhorrent, reprehensible, just malfeasant of a man. Where is your decorum? You have a daughter. You have daughters older than her. Would you be okay if your daughter, someone procured your daughter to do the same? Yes, it is absolutely a control complex. It's a power trip. You're 100% right. Yes, Sarah, E. coli. Why is that what you want someone's daughter to do for you? And then As if that was not the pièce de résistance. You then engaged in race play with her, where she acted like Miss Janie sitting on the front porch of Massa's plantation, and you was the big black buck who she snuck off and said, now, John boy, you come back here now and you collect these big pieces of wood for me right now. Come on back here before I get the whipping, before I get the master the whipping on you. He was engaged in race play with her, where she was defiling him verbally and saying she was a Caucasoid. She was Caucasian. Why would you have a young woman in this 2025, where we are trying to overcome the pitfalls of America's number one shame, original sin, for her to say these vile things to you for your pleasure? What happened to you? It's like I said, who was around these children? What happened in your life that somebody debasing you and defiling you makes you feel better? Why is that a source of pleasure for you? What happened in your life? What happened? I don't get it. And maybe perhaps, listen, you know, I'm infamous. I say it ain't for me to understand everything. Perhaps it's not my business to understand. But that is someone's young daughter before she has a chance for her frontal lobe to fully develop and give her solid conditional reasoning and concrete permanence of her pituitary gland and her medulla oblongata. You out there defiling her. So what is her future going to look like when you have told her this is what is expected of you by a man? What happens when no one else is yielding 25,000 per gluteal maximal spelunking expedition? Then what? Then she goes to seek it out where? Elsewhere? I thought the job of men was to make sure daughters stay off the pole. Why are you sending someone's daughter there? But you sit with righteous indignation on a panel and talk about, oh boy, Bobby, what you with? Bobby Brown said, Bobby Brown was young. He was a young multimillionaire. He said there was a time where he was addicted to narcotics and that they would go do shows and he would miss rehearsals and miss shows. And he was like, Bobby, you missing shows? How you gonna be missing shows now? Come on now, Bobby. And then Bobby was like, I would go to other states and see someone out of the tour bus driving a fly car. And I would be like, hey, excuse me, tour bus, pull over. And go to the person, I want to buy your car right now. I would buy the car, drive it around the city for as long as we were there for this show, and then leave it at the airport. Pay big dollars to people to buy their car right from them on the spot. Bobby, come on, Bobby. Now you're judging a young man who was from the projects in Boston with no foundational guidance of being wealthy. It's called sudden wealth syndrome. He had no training on fiscal responsibility. He came from a single parent home. He was not educated on things such as that. He was young. He gained stardom at a young age. He was exposed to what we know of the industry, which we may have been naive then. But in hindsight and retrospect, we know what they were dealing with. We know what they were exposed to. You're judging someone in retrospect. This man is 55 years old now, 56 years old. And you judging what he did when he was 19, but you as a big, almost 60-year-old man and you defiling somebody's daughter? The audacity, the unmitigated gall of you, Shannon. The unmitigated gall. Baby, you know why this has happened? Now, here's my point. I see this scenario slightly different. Yes, my love. It's called it's THA dopest nerd at gmail.com. And that was for who wrote that? Val's Works. Now, here's the thing. I have a different outlook and perspective, because when God gives you eyes to see and ears to hear, and we have to have these discussions because it is important and pertinent for us to have these discussions. So we have the tools. We are empowered with the tools to make sure if it looks too much like what's happening here, we can read autocorrect in our own personal lives. We know how to make sure, those of you who didn't have the guidance and the structure, you can prevent your children from going down these roads. You can prevent exposing your children to these type of crazy scenarios that will make them pick up some of these things and carry it into their adulthood. And if you're on this trajectory in your own personal life, perhaps you can learn of the goodness of God, seek repentance, repent, seek salvation, and change. It's this carnal-minded, seeking only the pleasures of the world. He that is in me is greater than he that is in the world. See, people that don't know God, they think pleasure is everything. Pleasure is your downfall. Matter of fact, freedom. I've always said this. I've said this since I was probably a teenager. Freedom in the untrained hand is poison and lethal. Okay? It's like a daughter that goes off to college and you ain't never let her go roller skating with her friends. When she was in middle school, Mom, my friends are going roller skating. Can I go? Oh, you ain't going to no roller skating, because you're thinking about what you did when you was Miss Hottentot out in the street. So you're projecting that onto your child, who you was, maybe, no disrespect to the projects, it's a place that people have to live when they need, but you were in a, socioeconomically disparate community, and you didn't have guidance, and perhaps one of your parents was incarcerated and the other one was, addicted to a substance or something, and you didn't have structure and guidance, and so you fell to the streets and did this, that, and the third. But now you done made good. In spite of what you experienced as a child, you done made good. You went and got your education. You got yourself on the right track. You done got married. You had children, and you have a stable home. You live in a cul-de-sac, for God's sakes, a cul-de-sac with a good basketball court, and it got the whole net, not holy raggedy net. The entire net is attached to the back, and you're projecting your experiences onto your daughter when she wasn't exposed to any of that. So meanwhile, this young lady who's well-educated, grew up in a good community, grew up in a substantive home, you're projecting all of what you did onto your daughter. She couldn't go roller skating with her friends. She couldn't go nowhere but just church and school and home. Oh, you ain't going nowhere with them people. You ain't going to be in the street doing. And guess what? Soon as you come with the basket and the comforter and all the pillows to decorate her dorm room, baby, when you drive off, that there girl near Mary mattress, because you've deprived her of all the freedom and incremental, freedom and experience to prove to you that she is the good girl that you've raised her to be. Instead, you've projected all your misgivings and your poor conduct onto this child. And baby, as much as you try to, oh, my daughter's a good girl, she only go to church and home. And guess what? When she go to school, she talk to her friends about all the stuff they doing. The minute you drive off from that campus, she is buck wild out there, giving out coochie coupons, because you never let her have freedom and prove to you that she was worthy of that freedom. See, when you go through a healthy child rearing, hey, Beiji Boo, she said, I was said child, Natanya is describing. When you go through that, we love you, Beiji Boo. Here's the deal. When you go through, that's right, locked, projecting fear onto your child. When her experience is not your experience. When we don't give our children a healthy blend of freedoms, experiences, to be able to get exposed to the freedom of going with your friends to the rink, conducting themselves appropriately, you as a parent setting out your expectations, your boundaries. Look, this is what I expect of you. This is what I will tolerate. I will absolutely not tolerate this. These are my boundaries. These are my guidelines. You either adhere to them or you lose your privileges. That's a natural, healthy way to raise a child. That's a natural, healthy way. Also, back in the days, people that are my age and older, or even people, I would even beg to say people that are in their 40s and older. You remember this lovely statement? Put a 1 in the chat if you ever have been told this statement by someone that you are connected to and love. Stay out of grown folks' conversation. Go around there with the children. If you've ever heard that statement, put a 1 in the chat. If you never heard that statement from someone you were related to or in your household, put a 2 in the chat. The ones have it. Now, I am vehemently against corporal punishment or whipping a child. I do not believe in hitting a child. I didn't beat my children. I tell you, I've been mothering for 36 years straight. I didn't beat my children. Newsflash, I don't know if anybody's shocked by that, but I don't believe in hitting. I feel like that is the furtherance of post-traumatic slavery system. I'm not doing that to my children. The world is already going to try to kick their butt. You think I'm going to do that to my children at home and tell them the most gaslighting statement known to mankind? It hurts me more than it hurts you. Excuse me, this whelp across my face? No, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. This whelp on my face that I'm trying to hide with a turtleneck doesn't hurt you at all. Your guilty conscience hurts you, but that whelp don't hurt you more than it hurt me. Oh, it hurts me. I never like anyone hitting me, putting their hands on me, touching me. I grew up in a West Indian household, baby. We got licks for sharing out for Christmas gifts almost, honey. Baby, I am vehemently against hitting kids. Anybody that knows me will tell you, oh, she don't play that. I don't hit kids. I don't believe in that. Because here's the deal. Adults feel like, oh, you got to whip. I've always had this discussion where there was somebody that came and said, oh, no, you don't know, Ab. Some of these kids, you got to whip they behind. Listen, I've been mothering for 36 years straight. And in the world we live in, we round up to the nearest 10. So you can say 40 years. My kids are level-headed. They have a level of calm, peace. Oh, my goodness. People are always, my friends that used to mock me when I was raising them and say, oh, here you go with that white stuff. I'm gonna keep it a buck. My friends was like, and my family's like, oh, what, you white? You better hit them. No, I'm not hitting them. I told y'all the time where my kids were playing hide and seek where I was outside of the house. My son, Donovan, went up in the attic to hide from his brother. His brother couldn't find him for nothing. But guess what? He did not know that you have to walk on the beams exclusively. That all that fluffy, cloudy, cottony stuff is simply filler. You can't stand in between them beams. He fell through the ceiling. My friends was like, oh, you won't be beating no kids. I know you're going to whip his behind now. For what? What is redemptive about whipping him because he fell through the ceiling? Who says, you know what I'll do today? It's a lovely sunny Saturday. I got up early. My mother made me do my chores. My brother and I want to go hang outside after a while when my mother gets back from running her errands. Here's what I'll do. Let me fall through the ceiling. That's going to really yank her chain. Fell through the ceiling. I get a frantic call from my son, Devon. Mommy. I'm like, what? I'm in the supermarket. Like, what happened? Donovan fell through the ceiling. So instantly, I wasn't even thinking upstairs ceiling into the upstairs. I was thinking from upstairs to the main floor. I was like, how did my ceiling break? I was like, fell through the ceiling. Well, I couldn't even conceive of what this must look like. I dropped everything in that supermarket. I zoomed home. I got in the house. I was frantic. I was terrified. He was crying. I was crying. He couldn't talk clear. I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. All I know is, Father God, I was praying. I need to get home, see if my child is okay. I get home. He's sitting there. He looks terrified. I'm like, are you okay, Donnie? Are you okay? Did anything hurt? Are you broke? Anything broken? I'm checking him. I'm making sure. He's like, I'm in pain, Mommy, but I'm scared and I'm hurt. And I'm scared. And my friends was like, oh, I know you're going to whip his butt. I said, mind your business. I am not going to whip him. I didn't whip him. You want to know what the most valuable lesson was? I checked him out. I made sure he was okay, this, that, the other. We kind of like, I was like, you got to take a bath, you know, Epsom salt, all this stuff soaking and everything. And then was it the next day? I had to go and get a piece of sheetrock. The next day, I said, here's what I said to him. That was my first house. I was like, I'm paying a mortgage on this house. We can't have no hole in the ceiling. I was like, you got to help me fix this ceiling. I went and got the sheetrock. I measured. I had them cut it out. And because my mother was the woman she was, I know how to put up sheetrock. Yes, I used to put up sheetrock when I was younger because my mother owned properties and she needed us. We had to watch everything and learn and know how to do stuff. And so I said, you got to hold this sheetrock up so I could fix it. I made him get on one ladder. I was on the next ladder. I said, don't let it go. Hold it up. Now, mind you, I done drill the sheetrock in the beam already. He could have then let it go after I zip after I build, put it in the studs. He could have let it go, but I didn't let him let it go. I said, you got to keep holding it. I then proceeded to mud and tape. I was like, hold it. My son was like, Mom, my arms are hurt. I said, what? Don't complain. If these people in the mortgage company find out we got a hold, we in trouble. He was like, oh, sorry, Mommy. Sorry. I was like, he was like, my arms. I let him hold that thing for so long. And I was like, all right, you can get down now. Then after it dried, I said, come on, you got to come back here and hold it with me. I made him hold it. I was sanding. My son has never broken a hole or made a hole or fell through the ceiling or nothing ever again. I didn't need to beat him. And then afterwards, I told him, you see when I was screwing it in? He was like, yes. I said, after I screwed it in, you could have let it go. But I needed you to understand. If any lesson that you learn that's not indelibly marked with pain, you don't learn the lesson. And he was like, Mommy. And I was like, listen, you better be happy. And no, I didn't put him on punishment or nothing, because there's no kid in the world that says, you know what? It's been a pretty good month around here. Perhaps let me fall through my mother's ceiling. That'll get things going. What do I have to? It is my fiduciary responsibility to love, guide, nurture, and train a child up in the ways that you want them to go, and they shall not depart from it. What on earth do I need to beat him for? Beating is not for the child, honey. It's for you. It's for the adult who is passive aggressive. You go to work. I said, if beating worked, go to work. As soon as your boss says something you don't like, whip his tail. Go. They was like, oh, come on, Eb. I said, no. If beating is required to make someone see your way, go to work. And as soon as your boss says something you don't like, just backhand him, whop, smack him in the mouth. That's ridiculous, Eb. I said, is it? Why? It's ridiculous to slap someone who doesn't respect you, talks to you out of pocket, humiliates you in front of everybody, has no respect for you, belittles you, doesn't value all of the good labor and work and intelligence you put in, and they constantly take every single second to gaslight and disrespect you. You don't want to slap him, but somebody that grew in your womb, that you felt kick and grow and everything. You pushed out, you nurtured, you fed, you suckled him to your bosom and fed him nourishment from your body. You think it's okay to beat him with a belt? But you won't slap that rusty, disrespectful boss that you've been talking about for years? I said, oh, so you're selective with your violence. Oh, here she go. You get on my nerve. I said, no. I just want to be clear. Make it clear for me. And there's a lot of people who don't agree with me, especially Black people. No, they like to beat. They want to beat you. But let me tell you what beating is. If you as an adult cannot espouse your point of view to someone who is submissive to you and your junior, whether it be your child, your niece, your nephew, whatever, if you lack the capacity to, in a clear, concise, and succinct manner, espouse your point of view to this little individual who is a minor, has no free rights to do anything, and is under your tutelage, if you can't espouse your point of view and let them know that you don't like what they did and that you have boundaries and guidelines for how they will live, and that this is what you will accept and what you won't accept, and anything less than this, you will be disappointed. If you can't do that without raising your fist, you are a POS. You lack the capacity as an adult to espouse your point of view. Same way you can't talk up to your boss, same way you walking around with a UTI because you got to ask to go to the bathroom. I always told people, listen, I stopped working for people for a long time. I've been my own boss for over 30-something years. I said, I'm not asking nobody to use the bathroom to perform bodily functions that come from God. I'm grown. My favorite line, I tell y'all all the time, as a child, my favorite line was, I'm grown. I used to tell my mother that when I was 13. I'm grown. When I was 10, I'm grown. She was like, you are a child. I said, I'm grown. I can make my own decisions. We lived in a primarily Black community, but the world headquarters for the Lubavitcher sect of Judaism, the Hasidic Jews, was in my community. I found out that the kids that would have their bar mitzvah at the age of 13, they were considered adults. That was the age of consent. You shouldn't have never let me hear that. What? I'm 13. I could have a bar mitzvah. I'm grown. My mother was like, you ain't nothing. Sit down. No. I told y'all I was an adult in a child's body. I was an adult in a child's body. I had my perfect point of view, and I would be like, they would tell me something. I'd be like, I disagree. I don't agree with that. They'd be like, who asked you? You're a child. Stay in a child's place. I disagree. I beg to differ. But let me ask you a question, Mom. But how come? And people are just like, yo, you crazy. My friends used to ask me for the majority of my mothering. Why you let your children ask you why? I said, because if I don't give them the answer, they'll seek it elsewhere. This whole, because I said so. Just admit you don't know how to explain your point of view. If I tell my kids something and they'll, but mommy, but why? I'll say, well, here's why. Blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And here's what can happen. Blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Oh, if you don't tell your kids why, there's Pookie and Man on the corner that's going to tell your daughter and your son why. Hey, see if you like that. You want Pookie and Man to explain to your child why? Ask yourself. If some little boy's following behind your daughter and he's and you like, you better stay from around that boy, and she doesn't understand because she's just a child. She is forming the maturity and wisdom based on how you educate her and explain things to her. But if everything, stay a little, it's like I always say about the church. Now, I love fellowshipping with my other children of God, but it must be in the right house. Every church house ain't for you, and everything ain't the right house. If you sit under the tutelage of somebody who is not called to lead you, you are responsible also for your salvation. You must go where God sends you. If you are in a church house and you find yourself saying, I keep having this weird feeling, you're in the wrong place. If you stay there because, well, my auntie and them here, and you're responsible. You're responsible. It's one thing if you're a child and you can't make the decision of where your family's going to worship. But when you are grown, don't tell me you are still somewhere because that's where your auntie and them went. You better be able to answer to God why you sat under the tutelage of that person, especially when you hear them saying stuff that you know ain't right. Ushers, lock the door. I said lock the door. Lock the door. And you stay in there, you better try your best. The Bible talks about false prophets. Act like you know. You are responsible for whose leadership you sit. If you submit yourself unto someone who has not been called to be your leader, you bear responsibility. God gonna question you about that. You have to answer to your day of judgment. You have to answer. Do not take advantage of your children. You are for the purposes of guidance. Understand. I know a lot of y'all feel this. You see, so many of y'all are walking around in perpetual insecurity. So anybody asks you a question why, you challenge. It's like if you at the DMV and I say, well, I was told that I could get such and such. Oh, look, miss, you do you want it or not? Excuse me, why are you taking that position? You have a problem with accountability? You have a problem with me asking you a question? Oh, well, it's the CPP thing and the JW240 that we do. Listen, don't use internal codes with me. I don't work here. I don't know your internal codes. In layman's term, that form does what? And they go, oh, who you think you're talking to? You know why you challenge? Because I speak plain and I am okay to question you and hold you accountable when there is something I don't understand and you are doing a piss poor job of explaining. If you feel challenged by me and you got such an attitude that you feel like you're not accountable, especially when you're in this government job using my tax dollars to pay your salary, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I presented you with ABC and you're telling me, no, it's blah, blah, blah without explaining. Or these people, when you say, excuse me, miss, I brought my paper and I was, the other day I was here and the lady told me I had to bring back this and she listening to you and she going, baby, the number one form of communication is nonverbal communication. The mouth speaks out of abundance of the heart. If I am asking you a question and while I'm sitting there explaining what my situation is, what I need, and you going, you're telling on yourself. It means you possess malice in your spirit and you already saying, I don't care what you said and who told you. No, I ain't doing it. I ain't helping you. Why? What is so empty in your spirit that you need to present in this manner? Because what's wrong with this? Number 116, you're welcome. Hi, miss. How are you? How you doing today? Hi, what can I help you with? Oh, I came to get such and such. I brought this. I was here the other day and they told me, oh, let me see what you got, honey. Okay, yep, this is right. This is right. You don't need this one, but this is right. And where's your CW219 form? That's for change of address, this, that, the other. You have that with you? Oh, I didn't know that I needed that. Okay, well, unfortunately, it can't be processed without it, but here's what I can do for you. I have one here. We don't have a notary in-house. However, I will give you the form. When you come back, come directly to my window once I finish with whoever's in the window. Take this form, fill it out, go down the street. There is a notary place at the mailbox office, 2 blocks down. Come on back to me and I'll be able to finish. Everything else is in order and you're ready to do it. You just need this one form, but it has to be notarized. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Instead, hi, ma'am. It's number 132. Hi, how are you? What you here for? Okay. Oh, you ain't got all your papers. No, we can't do that with this. You ain't got all your papers. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. Well, what exactly is it? Listen now, I said it ain't gonna work. Why is that the option? Why? What's wrong with y'all out there? You back there? You over so? Yes, you that you down there, that one in the corner. What's wrong with y'all? Why is that your response? Why do you feel so insecure as a person that is what you have to present to the world? Why? Who hurt you? Who broke you? Take it to the altar now. I keep telling all you, take it to the altar. Why must you spew your venom on people who did not hurt you? Why? Why? What's wrong with, hey there, honey, how you doing? Oh, I like your blouse, girl. I see you, honey. That haircut is nice. Where you get your haircut? Oh, it's such and such. Oh, she did a wonderful job, honey. Next time you go to your salon, tell your hairdresser. I said she did her thing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, my love. What can I do for you today? Oh, here's such and such and such. Okay, yeah, you got most of what you need, but there is a page missing. And then, like I said, what's wrong with customer service? Some of the nastiest people you will interact with is people that have to provide customer service. Why? How have we raised our people and raised our children with such insecure, with such an unrepentant level of insecurity that any power they perceive themselves to have, they are going to wield it like Paul Bunyan's axe, just chopping ankles off, so that they can feel good? Why? Because here's the deal. What you give in the world, energy never dies. It only transfers. It only continues to flow. And so what you throw out, energy is a boomerang. What you throw out to the world, you will get back. Thank you, Nick's Mountain Goat. She said if I was a school teacher, I would be her favorite. Thank you. And Kaylig said, the woman I spoke to at my mortgage company was that way with me. I had to let her know I'm unemployed now, but don't let your small mind make you look stupid. I'm a member of the Nerd Herd Lady. Hey, tell her, baby. Asheo. Asheo. What is wrong with being kind? What's wrong with it? What's wrong? I remember I had a homegirl. We used to go out and I'd be like, oh, honey, you see her blouse? I love that blouse. And she'd be like, don't tell her head gonna get big. I said, why am I friends with you again? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. What is wrong with telling someone that they look great? I'll walk up to a stranger and be like, oh, queen, I see the edges. I see the eyebrows. I see the whole outfit, baby. You won the entire mall. Let me let you know. Here go your crown, boo. You won. I see your effort, baby, and it is flawless. And they'd be like, oh, my goodness, thank you so much. Sometimes that word you say, I told you when I first started my channel, there were 5 different women that came and sent me messages and came and sent me emails saying, listen, when I tell you it did something to me, they said, oh my God. 2 of them, the very first 2 said, hey, Dopest Nerd, you don't know me. I'm so-and-so. I've been having a tough go at life. And I'm paraphrasing. I've been having a tough go at life. Um, Nothing seemed to be going right. I was so overwhelmed. When I woke up this morning, I decided that today would be my final day and that they were going to unalive themselves. And when they were in their house, just going through the motions, trying to work up the courage, my video came across their screen. And so they watched it. And they said, I don't know who you are, woman, but you make me want to fight another day. Baby, I had to go to God. What? What? And then I got 3 more of them. For 5 people in one lifetime to tell you that the effect you had on them prevented them from taking their life and made them know that they can continue to go on. What? First of all, that is a heavy, heavy thing to carry. I had to give all glory to God when I responded to them. And what you doing back there, dog? What you doing? To them and to God. That is not something to sneeze at. I have that effect on people. I'm just sitting in my house talking. These women said, because of you, I want to fight another day. One lady said, I had absolutely nothing. No one can tell me anything. I was out of here. But you make me want to hear more of what you have to say. You make me want to live another day and fight another day and try another day. I cried. You know how heavy that is? And like I said yesterday, I have to give it to my grandmother's good friend, Jean Smith. Told y'all many times, y'all know who Jean Smith is. When I was 5 years old, she said, young lady, come here to me. She said, Vivi, watch this one here. She is special. She has a gift. My grandmother said, yes, I know. I walked over to her. She said, come here to me, young lady. She took my hand in one hand on her knee and she held my chin with the other. And she said, people will come from far and wide to hear you speak. I was 5. I mean, like I said, I was grown when I was a kid, but I didn't know how heavy that was. People will come from far and wide to hear me speak. You know what a big thing that is? Nate said, I checked into the hospital when I was very low, but I had Natanya and God, so I decided to keep swimming. Oh, God, glory to God. Glory to God for you, Nate. Glory to God for you. To God be the glory. You are absolutely welcome. Give the glory to God. I'm just a vessel. I am just a vessel. I'm so glad that you are here. I am so glad that you have hope, and I'm so glad you can fight to go on. I'm proud of you, and we love you here. Everybody throw some love in the chat for Nate, baby. Throw some hearts up for Nate. Let's give the love. Let's give that love. Whew. This is what I'm talking about. How could I not? Thank you, Nick. Aw. Nick said, Natanya, you emanate love. We all feel your love. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Nate. Thank you so much. You deserve it. Listen, I love my Nerd Herd family. I love my Nerd Herd family. This is mutually beneficial. It's not one way. You guys, I need your love too. So help me God, I do. When I'm not here, I miss you guys tremendously. This is mutually beneficial. And this is exemplifies what the world is supposed to be. You are absolutely welcome, Nate. I love you too. This is what the world is supposed to be. What gaineth the man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? What does it take from you to share love? What does it take from you to literally be genuine? I'm not talking about no fake old, bless your heart. When I moved to the South, I found out, I thought that meant bless your heart. I moved to the South, I found out that means F you. I was like, what? I was telling somebody, I was like, oh yeah, this is lady at my job, she's so sweet. Every time she see me, she'd be like, bless your heart, girl. And it was like, she hates you. I was like, what are you talking about? She always stop by and she'd be like, bless your heart. Do you know how the paperwork for the such and such? And I was like, she always comes to my office. She's so nice. They said she hates you. I was like, one day she came to my office with that. I said, do you hate me? She looked so shocked, like, huh? I said, do you hate me? She was like, why would you say a thing like that? It's easier. It takes much less words to say no. When she said, why would you say a thing like that? I said, oh, just so we're clear. What do you need today? Bless your heart. Tell them locked. Bless your heart is nasty work. Here I was, a good old up north fool, thinking that bless your heart was a positive thing. I mean, you're saying bless, talking about my heart. I thought it was a positive thing. No, it's a curse in the South. It is one of the most diabolical curses you could give somebody. They was like, oh, she hates you. I was like, what are you talking about? Doesn't the 10 Commandments say, thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain? Blessings are from the Lord. You literally cussing me using blessings? It's bizarre. But that's what they call nice nasty. I learned that down here. Nice nasty. Oh, yes, honey. If somebody's telling you bless your heart, they don't like you. Keisha said, I know I appreciate you. Your love for others, strength, positivity. You are a gift to me and the Nerd Herd fan. Thank you so much, Keisha. You are too, baby. Listen, Keisha been here from the beginning. The beginning, darling. Y'all see for anybody who wasn't here yesterday, y'all see my little carrots? I just think these are so cute. I found them when I was getting the stuff in the room. Kobe, you being a good Kobe? Okay, mommy will be over there with you soon. We love you, Keisha. We love you up in here. And listen, let me just say something You ain't got a party if somebody named Keisha ain't in the room, okay? If you ain't got a Keisha on deck, you don't have a party. Somebody got to be Keisha in the house. So shout out to our Keisha baby. Where the party at? We love you, boo. Right back at you. Hey, Dishing with the D. She said, hi, everybody. Sorry I'm late. The AC went down and someone has to been here fixing it all day. I will definitely need to catch. Absolutely. Listen here now. Speaking from somebody who is undergoing private summers, I know about that AC life. I don't wish that on my enemy. Oh, thank you, Nate. Nate said, this community is the dopest. It sure is, girl. Tell a friend, or 2 or 10. Tell a friend. We love it in here. And it's a refreshing change of pace from what's typically out there in the interwebs. Somebody got to be, it's okay for all of us to be ourselves. And so let me double back to Shannon. I know we've been in here doing our thing. Yeah, honey, the private summers. Ooh, yes, Nick. You know about that now. The private summers are notorious. Notorious, honey. But yes, good vibes. Back to what I was saying about Shannon. Shannon, when a child, so I used to study psychology. I was a psychology major. In psychology, especially child psychology, they teach you that every person must be mothered. Every child, every man, woman must be mothered. Only difference is it doesn't have to be from your mother or your father. You must be mothered and fathered to create a well-rounded person. There is a school of thought created by some psychologists that say there are about 7 to 8 intangibles that you have to have, that you should have to have a full, well-rounded existence. Now, a person is living a prime life if they possess all 8. And I could be off, I have so much information in my head. Sometimes don't quote me on the exact number, but it's like 8 or 9 tenets that you have to have a well-lived, thorough life. And so in no particular order, it is you need to have some sort of church or spiritual outlet and interaction and fellowship. You need to have some sort of intimate partner or relationship. You need to have friends that you can interact with. You need to have some sort of career aspirations or educational pursuits. There were a few others I can't remember off the top of my head. However, if you have, let's say there's 8. Let's use 8 for a well-rounded number. They say if you have between 5 to 7, your life is pretty good, like phenomenal. You're living a phenomenal life, well lived. However, anything less than that, you're getting into the fair zone where you're not living and experiencing life to its fullest, and the deficits that you possess could impact the quality of life. If you have below 3 or below, baby, you dang near a serial unaliver. Because without having key components in your existence, it shows that you're not well adjusted and not living a thriving, successful life that will produce good fruit. It's like my pastor talks about the olive tree that had leaves but no fruit. Leaves but no olive. Remember, Jesus cursed the fig tree? Excuse me. The figs, the leaves but no figs. Jesus cursed the fig tree because it didn't bear any fruit. If you are not exposed to a healthy range of personal interaction, this, that, the other, fulfillment and all that, it means that your quality of life is diminished. And so you want to have a good, healthy mix. Now, it doesn't mean you have to have everyone. You can have a good, healthy mix of some. If you're in that 5 to 7 range, things are great. That 3 to 4 range, 3 and below, or below 3, Ted Bundy. Okay, let's just call it what it is. The loss of one's parents for whatever reason. I don't know why his parents weren't in his life. I just hear him speak all the time of being raised by his grandmother and his grandfather. Now, you're going to get some good, healthy raising and nurturing with a grandmother and grandfather. But the reason God created the world for us to have mother and father, and then the next generation is grandmother and grandfather, and then the next generation is great grandmother, or as we say, Gigi, and grandfather. See, that's essential. Here's why. It's essential because each generation and demographic has things to sow into a person. Now, your grandmama gonna raise you good, teach you how to wash your nether regions and clean the house and iron some stuff good so you could be independent and all that. But the generation closest to you will be able to provide you guidance in the things that are pertaining to your life. The more and more removed you get from the generation that should have raised you, it's going to throw things off. Things will be thrown off. So if you don't have a mother and father, but you have a grandmother and grandparent, you're still going to get love, nurtured, guidance, and all, but there will be something missing. See, grandmama and grandfather's from a different generation. So while all your friends is going out to the movies on the weekend or to go play, oh, y'all don't need all that. All you got to do is stay home and read the Bible. Impractical for young children. They are growing up and experiencing life and experiencing things, learning freedom. You give them a little freedom and a little privilege, and based on how they use, you set your guidelines and your boundaries, and based on how they act, if they go out with their friends, they do what's right. None of the neighbors don't got to come back and say, I seen your grandson down there cutting up at the, and they go, they get home in time for their curfew. They don't overstay their curfew. They don't act out of character. They come back, they run to the ice cream truck and get you a toasted almond bra and bring back your change. Everything's all good. Whenever you have that massive generation gap in the rearing, something's missing, and it will impact that person later in life. Hence, Shannon Sharpe. They taught you the fundamentals. They taught you, well, yes, sir, mass. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. They taught you, make sure you do this now. Make sure you get this now. Make sure, and you was going to work at the Regal Beagle and make enough money to help pay for yourself to go to college. And your grandmama pull that long pantyhose that she keep down in her smock and in her girdle and stuff. She pull all that up. And even though your grandmother has a rudimentary, maybe 5th grade education, and she's like, oh, now I don't know nothing about that schooling and stuff, but what I know is this and that. Well, baby, your grandmother reached down in that old nylon and pulled out a bunch of hundreds and peeled you off five and said, now you go down there to that school and you get your education. Now you're here and don't you waste all this money now. Grandmama been saving this for a long time because God told me you was going to be the one to take this family out of the thing. So you go down there and you get your education. And baby, you be pinching off of that 500. You know, that 500 lasts all 2 years because you ain't squandering grandmama money. See, you didn't know that pantyhose went quite that low down. But she pulled that sucker out. And when she unraveled that nylon, you're like, what is grandma doing? And she peeled out them crispy $100. You're like, my grandmother's a stay-at-home grandmother. Where she get these crispy $100 bills for? Because she know how to make a dollar out of 15 cents. And when grandpa was going out there and working and bringing his paycheck back, grandma made sure she paid all the bills, did what she had to do, and they were they had savers. See, they didn't have to go to the mall every week and get a new outfit. And they didn't make it to the package store to get them a fifth of Jack Daniels. She was saving because she said, that boy right there, he got some sense and he know how to play. I want to make sure that when God provides the opportunity, I can give him something to go away with. We can't pay for that whole college education. They're going to get them some, some scholarships and grants and all that. And he going to get a scholarship for that football. But I want him to have something in his hand so nobody can compromise his integrity and his will. Grandma's proud. She want to give you something, and you ain't stupid. See, you raised in the house with grandma, so you're not going to squander that $500. That $500 lasted 2 years. Your friends be like, hey, we going out. You want to come with us? You'll be like, oh, we going out to eat. Oh, y'all should have told me. I just ate, but I'll come hang out with y'all. You know you ain't ate a single thing. You know you made you a fried bologna in there on that little skillet that your grandmother gave you, that little hot plate. You made you a fried bologna sandwich. You put some mustard on that thing. You ate your fried bologna and you took your butt out with your homeboys and you was like, oh, you looked at the menu up and down. Oh, I ate at home. Let me just get you can give me a Coca-Cola because you're from the South. So you got to drink Coca-Cola. He's from Georgia. You got to drink a Coca-Cola. Grandma money, say it, sassy chick. Grandma money is precious. You might squander mommy's money. You might squander daddy's money. You might go to that ice cream truck and don't bring back their change. But baby, you don't play with grandma's money, honey. That's different money. That's not your run-of-the-mill money. That's different money. That $500 lasted 2 years. And trust me, when he got down to that last 20, he was talking to God like, oh, Lord, I don't even want to let this 20 go. That's my grandmama money. So you made good. You got you a scholarship. You done went down there and played those people's football. And you made it big. You put the family's name on the map. You put the Sharpe name on the map, baby. And every time your father go down to the five and dime, they say, "Oh, Willie, I seen your grandson on that TV this week. Your grandson doing his thing." He like, "Yeah, that's my boy. Boy, God sure shining down on that boy." His grandmother prayed night and day. That woman don't stay off her knees. And then you have a well-accomplished career as a football player. You become a sportscaster with your abba yuba duba hoba hooba because you just and listen. I know it's an act and because I've listened to you on Club Shay talk, and there are certain things you say that I say. I say, oh, Shannon Sharpe plays the buck shuffle, but he's brilliant. He's no dummy. I've heard you string together verb subject agreement. I said, oh, this is a character this ninja playing. This is a college educated man and he knows some stuff. You say things I say. I was like, oh, I'm astounded because the character you like to play for the team. Now, come on now, Johnny. Now, I don't went down to the Piggly Wiggly and you love to buck shuckle for the man. That's how you got in this situation because we know how it is in certain arenas. We know how it is in certain families. You are suffering from the stone the builder refused became the cornerstone. That's what he's suffering from. The stone the builder refused became the cornerstone. See, when you was little, they told you, oh, shut up with your black self. You ain't going to be nothing. Go sit your black ass down in the corner. That's what you were told. Your cousins, maybe your uncles, they saw your skill. You and your brother made it to football. They saw your skill. They saw your know-how. And some even resented you when they realized, oh, they're going to be somebody. Because they said you were dumb, ignorant. Look how you talk. I mean, You give that off, but you've learned to play the game. See, you grew up feeling insecure because you didn't have your mother. It's called motherless child syndrome, fatherless child syndrome. I write about it in my book. There's a whole chapter. When my book comes out after this trial finish, y'all read that chapter. Motherless child syndrome. I've been talking about this for years. It makes a person insatiable. They cannot be satiated. You know what satiation is? Satisfaction. They can't be satisfied. There's always a lingering hole in their spirit that the only thing that could be filled, that could fill it, is if they could get into John DeLorean's time machine, go back in time, and have your mama there to hug you and say, hey, baby boy, how you doing? Come and give mama some sugar. I love you. I believe in you. And to be sitting in the stands with, your name on a jersey. They can't get it. You can't go back in a time machine, or perhaps you can in this world we live in these days, but you didn't know where the time machine was. You had no access to it. And so the thing that you need to fill that empty hole in your system, because grandmama and grandpa are going to give you some raising. They're going to give you some rearing. You may not get all that. Come here, sugar. Now, if you hurt yourself or something happens or you lose opportunity, grandmama's, now come in here, baby, grandma, baby. Come and get grandma some sugar now. It's all right. You don't listen to what them boys say, baby. You're going to be all right. You're going to be somebody. Grandmama be talking to God, and God done told me you about to be somebody. You don't worry about them boys. Now, you hear? Now go out there and cut the grass with your granddaddy. That's about it. You're not going to give that nurturing you're not going to get that nurturing that you would get from mommy. They said, what about my baby? What you do? And what you say? Oh, I know you better not let him say that stuff. You better whip his behind. Don't make me go down there to that school. Hold on, let me get my purse. And then you got to say, no, mama, don't go down there. You're going to embarrass me. The kids going to laugh at me. My mama got to come fight my battles. You know that kind of mother love? He's missing that. And so you feel the absence of that maternal nurturing, the rhesus monkey study I told y'all in psychology. This is Psych 101. They said they learned that a child must have nurturing and the connection with the mother to feel like well-rounded. And so they did a rhesus monkey study. They took these two rhesus monkeys. They built two wire frames. That would be like a mother monkey. On one wire frame, they put milk ducts, like breasts, artificial breasts that they could suckle on and get nutrients, but it had no fur. It was just a wire frame. And then the other one, they put the wire frame on, but no breast milk to suckle. And they exposed the rhesus monkeys to the wire frame one first with the breast, and they were feeding themselves and nurturing. And then they exposed them one with the wire frame one with the fur on it, but no suckling. And they felt that fur rubbing against their own fur, and they perceived it to be a mom. And they could hug the fur. And you know what the monkeys did? Even though hugging the fur one provided them a lack of nutrition, they hugged that fur one. Sometimes you would see them holding onto the fur one and stretching across, trying to suckle on the one with the milk. And sometimes they couldn't reach it, and they just stayed hungry and hugged the fur one. Because everyone must be mothered and fathered. It just doesn't have to be by your mama or your father. You just got to get good nurturing. The rhesus monkey study, look it up. Psych 101. It meant more to the monkeys to feel the nurturing and comfort of the fur that felt like their own than to be nourished. Shannon is the wireframe monkey. You got nourishment, but you didn't get nurturing. Nurture versus nature, very important. Psych 101. Please, ACO 104, tell them, baby. Please say it again. I have a BA in psychology, and you are right about children needing nurturing in this study. Absolutely. Your girl ain't no ragamuffin nerd. I'm a real deal. Real deal. Tracy Perlott said, peaceful salutations to my beautiful, faithful friend, Natanya, locked and nerdiness nerd in this land, and beautiful Nirvana. Peace to the wonderful chat. Thank you, my love. Oh, thank you, my love. Exactly. And you don't understand how important something so minute is. There are certain behaviors people display when they lack the love of a parent or guardian. Absolutely. It's like we don't want to judge those young mothers that we see overwhelmed, frustrated. The dad's not around. They're taking care of the kids. They feel stressed and they like, go sit your little butt down. You crying. And they want to slap the kid. And the kid is like, mommy, mommy, mama. Like Huey. Mom, mama, mommy, mom, mama, mommy, mom, mama, mommy, mommy. What, Huey? All right. Kids need the constant they need you to reaffirm to them that they're there, that you're there. That's why kids go through detachment. That's why when you're leaving and you're walking out the door and you give the kid to the grandmother or the babysitter, and then they like, mommy, and they slide down the screen door. Detachment, because they are so used to your love, nurturing, and nourishing, they think you're never coming back because their brain is not fully developed. They just entered the world and started to getting a sense of, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Thank you, my love. It's been a while. I'll be forgetting stuff. It's the old, thank you, K-Leg. You see my babies? You see Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Look at all my psych majors in the house. Masai, hey! Masai said I have a BA in psych too. It's so true. Learning nature versus nurture stuck with me. It's so important. I always said everybody, especially if you become pregnant, you should be required to take, even if it's a rudimentary child psychology 101, you should have to take it. Even if it's a mini course. I think if people have to take it, yes, my love. Skinner. It jumped. Yes. Say it, Nate. Come on, listen. Look at my tribe. Look at my tribe. I love y'all, nerd herd. I love y'all so much. And the children begin to grow into a tyrant home. That's right. They take it to the world. Tell up. I almost have a BA in psych also. Listen, baby, you're in the right place. And go ahead and do what you got to do to get. Shout out to my girl Locked. Look at this. Look! This is why I tell y'all, baby, you're not getting moderation nowhere else like this. Please put some respect on Locke's name. Locked hair don't care. Put some respect on her name. Okay? They should teach these things in school. Nick said, I personally think that they should teach these things in school that and how to change a car tire. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Listen, shout out to Locks. Cite your sources. See, we doing real grown things over here. Real life over here. K-Lig says, I'm also an HR professional and I use the hierarchy of needs to teach employees engagement to business leaders. Let me tell you something. One of my top classes when I was studying psychology was organizational psychology. So I know what you're talking about. I understand the psychology of the organization, baby. Oh, honey, let me tell you something. It is in the most rudimentary form, it is Huckleberry Finn type-ish. You got to understand. Oh, I love painting this fence. I love painting this fence. This is the best fence in the world. Oh, can I paint? No, this is my fence to paint. Aunt Becky said I have to paint this. Oh, what was her name? Aunt whatever. And Becky was the friend. Oh, I love painting this fence. Please, Tom, let me paint. Oh, all right, here. Am I right, psychology majors, or what? Where my psych majors at? Am I right or what? It's that good old Tom Sawyer Huckleberry Finn. I get you to paint the fence because I act like I love painting the fence. I love painting this fence so much, you want to paint the fence. And when I remove it from you and say, no, you can't take the fence. This is my fence. I love this fence. I love painting. I want to paint every day. You feel like I got to paint this fence now. And now you're painting the fence and I don't have to paint. Organizational psychology is the key to a happy workplace. And organizational psychology doesn't even have to go just with the workplace. It can go with how you deal with your household, how you deal with your community group, your church, whatever. It is understanding how to have multiple personalities and multiple peoples in the same room and get them to function as a whole without competition and feeling like they want to do it. Like it is the thing they must have. They must do it. It's the one thing they have to do. It takes away all of the other craziness. You have to know how to handle. And true leaders are servant leaders. You lead from behind. Asheo. If you miss the leader that's like, oh, I'm the boss here, and I say you go over there, you stand over here, you hold your hand up, you put your baby mutiny. My enemy is my friend. My enemies, and they're gonna overthrow you in no time, throw you under the bus, out of here. But if you're a servant leader, if you're like, hey guys, we got to get this room cleaned up, we got to get this office cleaned up. Do me a favor. You know what? Hand me that broom. I got to go clean the toilets, but I'm a sweep after that. And they're like, well, no, if you want to clean the toilets, give me the broom. I'll sweep, baby. See, if you're willing to clean the toilets too, people don't look at cleaning the toilets as such a bad thing because you're the boss. You're willing to do it too. They don't think you're subjugating them. They feel like we're on par. And you can get anybody to agree to participate in anything once they feel like you're not looking down on them. It is the act of looking down on someone and subjugating them, which is why people don't want to fall in line. Let me see, Beiji Boo said something. I say all of this for a very particular reason. Often misused by social workers to abuse their power and remove kids. Absolutely. I didn't see the wholeness of that statement, but I know what you're talking about. Asheo, AC said, you speaking my language tonight. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kaylee said, yes, ma'am. I'm currently teaching my kids how our household resembles any corporation out there in terms of leadership and structure. And I'm going to tell you something else. Shout out to you, Kaylee. I'm going to tell you something else. Let me tell you who some people in society that have been overlooked by society, and trust me, had society used a punitive measure by playing to the strengths of those people, even though they had to be incarcerated, if they had played to the strengths of those people, they would have got a lot out of these people, and they would have had less recidivism in jail, and they would have had more productive people stepping out of jail. You see the major drug dealer? You see that guy? That guy that has an entire organizational structure that will rival any Fortune 500 company? He's got him at the top. He got his lieutenants that keep the other level of people in line. He got a whole workflow chart that everybody has to do and what's responsible for. You see those things, that like the supreme team of society. Now, I'm not big on, narcotics sellers. What I'm saying is, instead of just looking at the behavior, you should have also observed that in spite of the fact that these people grew up in socially, economically disparaged communities without the proper nurturing, guidance, and leadership to raise them as productive members of society, they were still able to tap into their innate power to organizationally structure a group of people and have them submit to their will and get the job done. So the society has dropped the ball so many times. These are discussions we're going to have on other topics, but it's like the young man that used to steal the train. He was clearly neurodivergent. He was autistic. He loved the train. He knew every stop. He could recite from one end of the transit system to the other end of the transit system. He knew every stop. He could recite it verbatim. He never missed a stop till he would hang out on the trains and ride the trains all afternoon. And all of the conductors noticed that. And so the conductor who wanted to cheat, the conductors that would cheat on their wives would give him his own uniform. He had the keys. He had everything. They gave him his own uniform and said, do my shift on the train. I'm going to go see my woman. This sucker would ride the train all the way through, never miss a stop. Okay, you're at the Wall Street station. This is the, you can connect to the 2, the 4, the this, the that, the F, the J. The, watch your step. Make sure you take your belongings. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for riding New York City Transit Authority. Instead of these friggin' Dondo Canos who always wants to be punitive and be the boss of somebody, do you know that man would probably be the friggin' CEO of the New York transit system by now? Had you played to the strength of his skills and disregarded his deficits and played to the strength, if not the CEO, high ranking board of directors of the New York City Transit Authority, and baby, you would have a system that ran like this. But no, all you're in power and you feel big in yourself and you want to subjugate, whether based on color, skin, socioeconomic status and like whatever. Most usually it's racism because y'all wanted to. You like this punitive thing. Y'all always want to whip somebody and show them why I'll show you. That's what all them old movies. Why I'll show you. Roll up the sleeves. Come on. When we gonna get past that? Had they allowed this man, see, neurodivergence, I keep telling y'all, while I was never diagnosed, because we're not supposed to swear, I am certain that I have autism. Now, it's a spectrum. Y'all see by how I spit information on a myriad of discussions that my pendulum swings closer to the side of the spectrum where people are considered savants. I didn't say it. People said it to me. I didn't say it. Yeah, people say it to me. But I'm on the savant side of the spectrum. But the spectrum is long and wide, and there's a place for everyone. And most people typically do fall on the spectrum. I mean, let's be real. People don't want to admit it, but I'm comfortable. I self-diagnosed myself. Y'all over there laughing at Amanda Seals when she said she self-diagnosed herself. Baby, it's a real thing. And I can, because I'm certain, because I see so much of me in Amanda Seals, her vast array of knowledge. Now, she still hasn't gotten a grasp on not feeling defensive. That's what gets her. She still feels defensive because she feels like she has to prove to people, I'm not bad, I'm good. I'm just, if you give me a chance, I'm good. I don't have that. I didn't struggle with that at all. Me no business where you think about me. You not feel like me. Bye. I said what I said, and that's it. Now, I want to hear your point of view, but you ain't got to like me. I tell y'all all the time, it's not a love fest. If people would listen, AC said, as an adult and after being formally educated, I know I have dyscalalia and ADD primarily with focusing. Listen, let me tell you something. I am certain you want to know what really, once my kids grew up and became adults, my son could walk in the house and predict what was going on based on what I was doing. He was like, 2 new projects at once? Who was bothering you? Who messed with you today, mommy? 2 new projects? Nirvana will tell you, ma, you're hyper focusing again. And I let my kids say that to me. Why can't we have a free range of discussion? Why not? What's the problem? What's wrong? The only people that don't let people tell them stuff or let their kids say something to them because you triggered, you feel insecure and you don't want nobody to call you on your stuff. I don't have a problem with it. In fact, I love it. Self-actualization is important. You have to check yourself before you wrecketh yourself. Let me say it in the good old, in the Queen's English. Checketh yourself before you wrecketh yourself. It's okay. Constructive criticism is healthy. Learn to take it. You see this defensive? Every time you say something to somebody, I know. You know those people? I know. That's why Shannon Sharpe is in this predicament. Because he can give out constructive criticism, but he can't receive it. And he's masking. He's acting like well-adjusted, well-rounded man. Now, here's the thing. It is my sincere belief, when everybody's running around like, oh, Shannon Sharpe, here's what I see. I see this is a ruse. Now, this is on my own. Drop it in the chat, locked. This is my own information and belief as protected by my constitutional right to freedom of speech. Let me just preface it by saying that. Let me preface it. Tracy Perlot said, Natanya, you are so much productive. It's amazing. I love it. And I learned so much from you and Locked. God bless both of you women. Thank you so much, my love. Thank you. I appreciate it, Tracy. Thank you. Hey, Locked. Look what I said. Look at my girl. Look at my girl. Checketh yourself before you wrecketh yourself. Yes, baby. Listen. He is masking. It is my sincere belief. This is upon my own opinion and belief. Let me read the disclaimer. The views expressed on the Dopest Nerd channel are based on opinion and belief and protected by the First Amendment right, as stated in the United States Constitution. Boop. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, There has been long time speculation about the preference, the schmexual preference of Shannon Sharpe. There, I said it. The cat's out of the bag. Let's get the elephant out of the room. And his personal stylist of record, that was who the man was described to be, his stylist. There was a lot of speculation that that was, in fact, his partner. And they were engaged in a relationship. This is speculation. I didn't say that. The internet, y'all know what I'm talking about, You see them down there in the internet and down there and the ones down there, the others, they said it. They said, that's his man. So because of all that, and listen, it's like Jay-Z and Puffy. They had so many pictures together. He said, I ain't his friend. That ain't my friend. And then you look on the internet, pictures with Puffy and Jay-Z, and there's 9 billion. But that ain't his friend. Same way, Shannon Sharpe said, that's just my stylist. That ain't none of my man. He supposed to be my friend, my stylist. Okay. So because of the heat, because as you know, the internet will read you for filth, drag you for filth, and then go hack all of your and find all your signal group chats where you're discussing the war and the attack on Yemen and all this stuff. Yeah, they will drag you for filth and find all your information. Because most people that are living these lives and masking are very careless at it. They're very careless. And so because he was dragged for filth, and then when he wore that little, what was it, an orange sweatsuit kind of thing with that, he got bad knees after all the years of playing football, and he had the crossbody bag on. It was just too much for the internet. The internet was like, no, you can't lie to me. And so after that, salmon. Yes, darling, it was salmon colored. Yes, sort of a mauve, but not quite, more salmon. So people really went in on him. And as a means, because so many people, because of where he came from, the generation he was raised by, had he been raised by a generation, his mom's generation, the next generation above, he probably would have comfortably come out of the closet. But because he was raised on a generation post his parents, you can't tell that to grandmama and them. You can't tell that to grandmama. Grandmama, what? You don't want grandma to rest in peace when the good Lord call her home. Oh, no. Now, perhaps, I don't know if she's still alive. I believe she is. However, when she passes on, perhaps maybe he'll say, you know what? He'll do one of Clive Davis. In his 80s, I've realized after much interaction, I am a bisexual man. That old thing. But as long as grandma is still on this earth, and a couple of them aunties, baby, he's so far in the closet, he and somebody else in somebody else's house in their closet. Okay? The closet in the attic. However, I'm not here to disparage who he sees himself to be. That's between him and God to reckon with. What I'm saying is, as a result of all of the speculation about his private relationship matters, we were privy to the phone turned itself on while he was in an intimate situation with a woman and went live on Instagram. The biggest nonsense in the world. Listen, I was trying to do a live one time on Instagram, baby. I couldn't even get on. And I was actively trying to do it. You ain't going to tell me you threw your phone down and it magically and went live on Instagram. Come on. And so we had to hear all that heavy breathing and all that crap. And then when, we live in a society where people believe nothing. So they double down on their, you ain't fooling nobody. You ain't fooling nobody. Come on, you ain't fooling nobody. And so he had to take it even deeper. And so I see this as twofold. The bait and switch. This is the sleight of hand. What I tell y'all, sleight of hand. This is I would much rather be known as a grapist than a same gender loving person. Not me, them. So having this come out, and remember, he just got $100 million contract because the Cat Williams prophecy tour took him over through the stratosphere. He's been out for a while. Cat Williams came on, took him through the stratosphere. God's people. God's prophet came on his platform and took him through the stratosphere. Now, all them other people that lied on Cat, the Steve, the Cedric, he said, Cedric sat up there like a walrus. You ain't say nothing to him. Listen. Everybody in the internet saying the same old thing. This is Shannon Sharpe is about to be elevated in the Hollywood game. See, as long as he was up there with Skip Bayless, and Skip was disrespecting him, he was like, "What you talking about, Skip? He feels in order, he has gotten the message somewhere in his life. In order to attain what he wants, he has to buck shuffle, soft shoot. Oh, yes, a master. I sure will do that. And that's how he elevates in life. He's had to use that because he was a country boy from Georgia. And I listen to this man. He is brilliant. He's intelligent, but he plays Mr. O. I sure don't know. I'm just a country boy. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about birthing no babies, Miss Martha. I want him to stop. He's not a dummy. He feels like he has to play this game. And so the good life has afforded him access to areas where a regular old country boy more than likely would have never had access to. It has afforded him a wealth and a lifestyle that many can only even dream of. It has afforded him this, that, and the third. And then he happened to luck up on a certain God's property comedian who has been gaslit and lied on and had his character maligned. See, it took God's person to come on there and take him through the stratosphere. God is always in the midst, baby. You only with God. Okay? You can only do that with God. God's prophet came on there, dropped his good information, and went through the stratosphere. You know what came to mind when I heard this whole, he's been accused of grape? Y'all remember, it was many moons ago now. I don't know if y'all remember this. I'm trapped in the closet. I'm trapped in the closet. R. Kelly's Trapped in the Closet series. I don't know, Mr. Big. This long soliloquy where he literally tied a mask on his face with two little cutouts like the Pied Piper. You know what? He's called himself the Pied Piper of R&B. What is the Pied Piper known for? The Pied Piper was a man in the town that was overrun with vermin and rats. Okay? Overrun with vermin and rats till the people could not have a quality of life. The rats was cleaning their clocks. The rats said, "You think I hear owls? I feel me owls this, move out." And they could not deal with the rat problem. And so they said, if we could find anyone who would get rid of these rats, we will give you a king's ransom. And here comes this man in lederhosen and a little hat like Peter Pan. He got on lederhosen and a little, he got a little crossbody bag and a salmon lederhosen. And he says, "Fine king, I can rid your town of the rats. You say if I rid the town of the rats, you will give me a king's ransom?" "Why, yes, kind sir, in the salmon-colored lederhosen, we sure will." And so he played his little flute. And the rats was like, "Oh, that's my jam. Hey." The rats was like, "Hey, hey, 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 that's my jam. Hey." And the rats, out of town, they was Millie rocking on every city block. "Hey, hey, hey," and was gone. And then he came back and said, hear ye, great and worshipful noble king. I have returned in my salmon-colored lederhosen. Wherefore off my riches, my coins, my cheddar, my skrilla? Where is my bag?" And the king said, "Move your blood clot, boy. We're not give you nothing. You got a contract. You can't prove them. Me say, me I gonna give you money if you get rid of the rat. The rat them gone. Me not care. Me no business. Me not give you nothing." And he was like, "What? But you promised, kind sir king. You said if I got rid of the rats, you would give me cheddar, cheese, skrilla, dineros, a bag. Why are you doubling back, son?" And the king was like, You know what, partner? Let me holler at you. You should have got that in writing. You got that in writing? Listen, no case, no face. No face, no case. You ain't got it in writing. You can't prove it. And he was like, oh, are you sure that's the position you want to take, fine sir? Fine king? You know, I give me for my money. Adati agado. All right, this won't come. Listen, if you outside of a club and a Jamaican dude or a Caribbean or any dude, any black dude say, I soon come, I'll be back. I soon come. There was a gentleman who is now a cordon bleu chef who made a song about it. I was outside of the club and you think I'm a punk. So I rolled to my loaded 6'9" with it in the trunk. I told her, we ain't never scared. We ain't never scared. We ain't never scared. Never let somebody, if somebody have to tell you what, I'll be back. Miss soon come. See, soon come is a range that you got to be in this life to understand range. Soon come is equivalent to if a Jamaican or West Indian man say, I soon come. That ranges from anywhere between 2 minutes and 22 years. I soon come. Expect their return at any time. You don't know. You don't know the hour or the time. When they decided that they were not going to give him his Skrilla, his cheddar, he said, I got something for you. So he came in his salmon-colored lederhosen with his crossbody bag and his bad knees, and he played his lovely flute, only this time he took the children. And all the children were like, we're going to go with the man in the salmon. And took all the children. Because don't play with people. When you say something, you mean it. The Pied Piper is nothing to emulate. He took the children. You know how diabolical you got to be to say, oh, you ain't going to give me my money? Well, I'm going to take everybody kids. Baby, you was playing with fire when you mess with somebody. And so this man is willing to lay his reputation on the line and being accused of grape because the mentality is the same as R. Kelly. If you think I have the potential to grape, you don't think that I am same gender loving. That's what this is. And then there's a part of it where he just got a $100 million contract. This is his humiliation ritual. Look who the attorney is for the lady. Well, if it isn't Mr. Busby, this is a play. This is a humiliation ritual. I've seen it from across the room. I'm sorry. All these people on the internet, oh, Shannon Sharpe, blah, 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 blah. Monkey see, monkey do. One person say Shannon Sharpe got a Popeye's pickle sandwich with a pickle lemonade. And they all, did y'all hear Shannon Sharpe got a pickle sandwich and a pickle lemonade? Did you hear Shannon? Everybody's saying the same thing. Nobody has the spirit of discernment. Seek God. Seek God first, and all things will be added unto you. Those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. Y'all can't be so gullible. Baby, this ain't nothing but the Breakfast Club again. The Job is Mine. This ain't nothing but the Blair Witch Project of Scandals. This is a friggin' 52 fake out sleight of hand. This is a marketing campaign. This is a marketing campaign to clear the speculation of, because we live in a society where he feels like he cannot be himself and he has to mask and be somebody else. And all of this is very performative. You heard what he said? They're trying to sue me like they did Jay-Z. That's what you went for, Ninja? Why you gotta, that's like if somebody, I've always hated this marketing strategy. If you like Gucci guilty, try Flucci filthy. Why you can't just say try Flucci filthy? Why you gotta bring Gucci guilty into it? Why? Don't tell me about Gucci guilty. If you stand on business with Flucci filthy, you could be like, yo, Flucci filthy, we the realty, you smell guilty. Don't tell me about another thing. Once you gotta tell me about another thing, you ain't confident about your thing. When he pulled that, sitting in that extra medium blazer, with all the muscles, extra medium, with his infinity stone necklace, tennis necklace. Come on. You got the whole infinity stone. What are you? What the boy named Nirvana with the infinity stone? Your Thanos, you have your Thanos necklace on? Come on. You got the whole infinity stone on your neck. Sir, with your colorful Easter jelly bean assortment of gemstones in your necklace, not your chain, your necklace, you're telling on yourself. Michi said, Luna said, I'm sorry. Michi said, yes, I studied psychology as well. And this is definitely blueprint. You are telling it. Thank you, sis. And Luna said, had to leave. So glad that you guys are still here. Ashayo. Kaylee said that the 3 card money. I told you they got my money when I went downtown shopping. They got my money. It's forever indelibly marked in my brain. Come on now. It's the 52 fake out. Y'all can't see it? Because it's clear to me. It is clear to me with the glasses on and off. This is a well-structured marketing campaign about the 52 fake out to maintain his upward mobility in this industry he found himself in. Because if you're striving so hard to be in this industry that we know contains demonic activity and all sorts of nefarious things, it means you are part and parcel with the play. And the playbook will do anything. In order to elevate to the net, he got $100 million contract. Now, I've heard him say before, all that NFL money been spent. When you get $100 million contract, there are things you have to submit yourself unto. To be ushered into that club, you have to submit yourself unto a humiliation ritual. A lot of what y'all talk about every day on TV. Oh, did you hear this one? Did you? It's just humiliation rituals. They live in another world. This is what they're exposed to, and they're doing stuff right in your face. Y'all, it's the housewives of blah blah blah. Change demographic, change city, add water, stir. Same playbook. Why y'all keep falling for the okie doke? And there you go. He did not listen to Cat Williams. Cat Williams sat on his couch and told him, he said, the number one way, you want to know the number one way to prove that the elite exists? Because somebody's out there fighting so hard to prove that they don't. I was falsely accused and I did not do none of this. They tried to take me down just like they tried to take Jay-Z down. You know, I got my extra medium jacket on, so I can't move too much, but I'm going to try to clean up my country boy accent because I don't want to sound like, cut it out. Anybody who has watched more than one episode of Club Shay Shay, his presentation, his question asking modulates based on who he's speaking to. If the person seems a little more upper echelon and intelligent, he speaks with verb subject agreement. He intelligibly asks questions and gets the interview out. If they're moderate, he give them a little, hey, round the way, get old boy. If he thinks that you're as dumb as he projects, he talk, I know you ain't finna go do no that now. Baby, watch. Just watch. I'm not saying anything against him. I happen to enjoy Club Shay Shay. Now, post Cat Williams, where he was trying to have, it's like somebody having their first, it's like somebody growing up in the hood and struggling and sitting on the front porch with their friends. Oh, that's my car. And saying, when I grow up, I'm going to be a singer. And they singing every song. And they like, boy, come on, y'all. Let's sing such and such. I'm going to say the rap part. You sing. And everybody knew that kid was talented and he was going to be somebody. Everybody knew he was going to be somebody. When you get the chance, you go for it. You don't spend your time. He was on Skip Bayless. When he was on the show with Skip Bayless, did you listen to this man? He sound like, Poster Head went to the store. Poster Head? You is a big college educated football player. Your Poster Head went to the store? We code switch, but you know how to code switch. You code switch. You talk one way when you with your peoples, and when you in them streets, you present yourself like with integrity and in a professional manner. Till Skip Bayless, when they was Skip Bayless got out of line and was talking and Shannon should now come on, Skip took his glasses off, put them glasses back on. Like ninja, you ain't about to do nothing. Put them glasses back on. He just, huh? What? I hear you talk reckless to people that you're interviewing, more reckless than you did to Skip Bayless, who deserved the wrath of your feedback. He was very disrespectful to you. He subjugated you all the time. He talked to you like, now, boy, and you went for it. So clearly you are presenting to the world that you are most comfortable in settings when you have to subject yourself and submit yourself unto people you deem to have power and authority over you, majesty over you, and that may even present themselves in a racist manner towards you. That seems to get your gears grinding. Hence your slave play and your race play with this young lady. It was disgusting, not the least of which is that was somebody's young daughter that you deflowered, denigrated, and now you up here talking about she ain't nothing but a OnlyFans chick. You knew that when you was with her, but you was there. How you gonna say she's only a OnlyFans chick? You was there. You was giving good OnlyFans money to her. So why are you denigrating her now? Like they say, if you don't lie with dogs, you cannot rise with flea. He is, yes, my love. You ding, ding, ding. Luna gets a gold star. He is, Shannon Sharpe is a step away from Steven in Django. And like I said to other content creators on these good internet streets, it is not Django. You know, you grew up in America. You was born and raised here. You know the language has all kinds of bells, whistles, contortions, this, that, the other. Stop pronouncing the D. It's silent. If I hear one more content creator, Django, I'm going to rip my own edges out. And I like my edges. I like them. You need edges with locks? Don't make me rip out my edges. I cannot take it. I cannot take it. Django. It's Django. Django Unchained. The D is silent. Just like the L in salmon. It's not salmon, it's salmon. It's grinding it's like chalkboard, nails on a chalkboard. I cannot stand when people mispronounce stuff. I'm just the edges, baby, all of them. Yes, this man is not a dummy. There are certain interviews, if you listen to him, this man, verb subject agreement, baby, stringing them together, sounding like I said, oh, Shannon got us played out here. He sounds like a scholar. He's not a dummy by no stretch of the imagination. So I am disgusted. It's repugnant to me when he plays this old master. I can't stand it. I really can't. But he's mastered the art of that. That's his baseline. That's where he's comfortable. It's not for us to understand. It's what he likes. But I just don't like the playage in the faceage. Don't play in my face. You are playing in our face. Do not play in our face. We know this. This is your humiliation ritual for you to elevate to the next echelon in society in that Hollywood game. And they need you to submit your will unto them. And they had to make a fool out of you. And you have to gracefully take that humiliation for them to say, okay, he's worthy of coming into club. Next thing you know, we will hear some kind of mashugana where the lady, there's a tape recording that comes out where the lady's talking to one of her friends and she's like, I promise you, I'm going to clean that Shannon Sharpe's clock. He didn't want to be with me anymore. He didn't want to buy me a new Lamborghini. I'm going to sue him and I'm going to say he did this. It's a mysterious recording is going to come out. It's not even just going to be audio, honey. It's going to be video. She's going to be drinking a martini or something, and then the charges are going to go away, and he's going to be heralded. Oh, I knew Shannon was good, baby. I knew he was good. Everybody that dragged him is going to come and say, I told you he was good. If I'm wrong, I got a $50 gift card for somebody. I'm telling you, that's how it's going to go down. They will then strike a secret deal behind closed doors. See, my grandmother and them, I used to say, I want to be a lawyer when I grow up. And they say, you want to be a lawyer? A lawyer is a liar. A lawyer is a professional liar. No disrespect to the career of law, but you're a professional liar. You have learned the art of manipulating the truth, just like Trump said, alternative facts. Remember in his first administration, he brought out that term, alternative facts, a.k.a. lies. You have to master the art of alternative facts. K-Lig said locked. I'm going to stamp this prediction in those notes. Hey, that's right. I bet my bottom dollar it go down like that. And then they will strike a secret deal by which he will pay off the lady. And he's going to say, listen, now we're going to give you 10 million. We're going to say some really mean stuff about you in the internet. And we're going to drag you and say you was a scallywag. But I'm going to give you 10 million, but you're going to sit down, you're going to be quiet, you're going to take him at 10 million and go on and live. And she's like, okay, just, you can say what you want to spell my name right on that check. And then it's going to go off into nether regions. They're going to celebrate him and he's going to be bigger than ever. I'm telling you, the Spirit, ask God for discernment and wisdom. He will provide it. When he gives you eyes to see and ears to hear, you can't unsee and unhear. When I tell you to play be so obvious, you cannot unsee and unhear. You can't. It's impossible to unsee and unhear once you have eyes to see and ears to hear. So we have closed them. Let me read a few stats on Shannon Sharpe. You have to give equal billing. We don't want to just sound like we're criticizing without also saying his positive attributes. Shannon Sharpe was number 81, 84, and 82. His position was the tight end. He was born June 26 in 1968 in Chicago, Illinois. He's 6'2", and he weighed, well, according to this, he weighed 228 pounds. I'm not exactly sure how much he weighs now. It said he went to high school in Glenville, Georgia, where he grew up with his grandparents. He went to college at Savannah State from 1986 to 1989. He went to the NFL draft in 1990. He was a seventh round pick, or he's in the seventh round. He was the 192nd pick. He was with the Denver Broncos from 1990 to 1999, Baltimore Ravens from 2000 to 2001, Denver Broncos from 2000 to 2003. His career highlights and awards are three-time Super Bowl champion. He was in Super Bowl 32, 33, and 35. Four-time first-team All-Pro 1993, 1996 through 1998. Second-team All-Pro 1995. Eight-time Pro Bowl player between 1992 and 1998, and then again in 2001. NFL 1990s All-Decade Team, Denver Broncos Ring of Fame, Denver Broncos 50th Anniversary Team, First Team Division II All-American 1989. He was a SEAC Player of the Year in 1987, three-time First Team All-SEAC 1987 to 1989. Savannah State Tigers, number 2, retired his jersey. Savannah State Athletics Hall of Fame, Black College Football Hall of Fame, NFL record. Most receiving yards by a tight end in a game, 214. His career NFL statistics were 815 receptions, 10,060 yards, receiving 62 receiving touchdowns. And if you want any more information on Shannon Sharpe, look him up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I don't want nobody saying we defaming nobody up here. We give an equal thing. Now on to our brother, Mr. Kanye West. Now, I know my pastor said, cite your sources, boo. And that was from Pro Football Hall of Fame.com. Now, Mr. West. Kanye is another person that is suffering from. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Baby, that motherless child syndrome, I tell you, motherless and fatherless child, even if your father's still with us in the land of the living. But if he wasn't actively involved in your life and you didn't perceive him to be a source of, y'all may have a relationship, but it ain't that mama maternal. If you ever look at the old footage of Kanye's mother with him, the way she talked to him, she understood. I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt, he is also at the savant level of spectrum. He's No one can take away his gift and his skill, especially original early Kanye, baby. Jesus walks Kanye. Hey, ho. You can say you got 6 because I'm not one of them. What is that a part of a conversation that I wasn't privy to? I'm not sure what that was a part of, what conversation that's a part of. However, Mr. West, I always knew the crash out. See, even though my pastor says we're not dealing with astrology because it's demonic, here's what I will say. Based on where the gravitational pull of the earth is at a particular time of the year, and informs how people will act and behave in certain characteristics based on when they were born. I know that to be a fact. I've seen it. I know that it, hence people say things like, oh, Geminis are moody. Some Geminis are, but not all. But you know, if somebody's a Capricorn, they're about their money and their Skrilla. If someone is a Taurus, they too. If they say they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. You want to know who's about to who's meticulous? Now, a Taurus may do what they got to do, and a Capricorn. They'll know their stuff, but they may skim here there to get to where they got to get. They are success oriented and not process oriented. You want to know who's process oriented? A Virgo, baby. Oh. Miss Nirvana done taught herself Korean. She took I don't want to say obsession. She took a liking to Korean language at 8 years old. She started self-educating herself on Korean culture, language, and everything. Miss Honey is not just, you know, some people be like, I be knowing how to speak Chinese. Oh, let me hear. Ni hao. No, not that. Miss Nirvana be conjugating verbs, honey. Miss Nirvana then co-opted my phone when she was younger and put all these Korean learning apps on my phone. You know I'm not. I know all the K-pop songs and I don't want to know them. I didn't try to learn them. She played them so much, it's in my head. I sometimes be singing and I didn't try to learn them, but they're in my head because she played them so much. There you go, Keisha. I know Virgos. I have 2 of them as well. And now my new dog is a Virgo. So we got my kids used to say 2 Virgos, 1 Scorpio, you mad. That was a joke they ran with each other. Now it's 3 Virgos. Virgos are meticulous. They're not going to just learn a thing. They are going to learn the who, what, when, where, how, why. They are going to know it inside out, upside down. What's inside out? What's that all about? They're going to know every iota of it. And they too, once they dive and hyper focus on something, they are extremely successful. But not like a Taurus who they want to get to the finish line. They're going to achieve their goals. They'll skim a few things. They don't got to know everything. They're not obsessed with knowing all the stuff. They just want to get to the finish line. Virgo has to know it all about that topic and get to the finish line also. They just want to be well informed on the whole thing. Geminis, extremely creative. I always said I was Gemini with Taurus rising because not only am I extremely creative, I'm extremely analytical, and I will anything. If I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to achieve it. You better believe if I say that mountain over there will be moved by 5 o'clock, try your best to be here by 4:59. Because I might not move it till 4:59, but I bet when 5 hit, it's going to be moved. Trust me. But we don't do, hey, K-leg, we don't, like they say it's demonic, so we're not going to delve into that. But I say that to illustrate that when you are born, people have commonalities predicated on the fact of when they're born, character traits, things of that nature. It could have to do with the lunar cycle, where the earth is aligned with the sun and the moon and the stars and the whatever you want to call it. Kanye is extremely talented, but I knew a long time ago, this is the behavior of someone. It's like people who you could be having a conversation with them and it turns into an argument instantly. Because, like Martin Luther King says, riot is the voice of the unheard. Martin Luther King said that. The voice of the unheard. Because people who don't think you're taking them serious or paying attention to them or valuing them will make you hear no matter what. Like Biggie said, I got my point across. They depicted me the boss. My orange box cutter make the world go round. Listen, agree or don't agree. I'm simply telling you, when people do not feel heard and valued, they will stop at no lengths to get your attention. His behavior gave me someone who was always jockeying to be heard and valued. Hence, he's always calling the names of these big designers because he was creative and he had design skills and he wanted to be. But he was one of those kids that felt like if you're not at the level of this person's name, then you haven't accomplished anything. And so that's why he's always name dropping. Hey, Mocha, what's up, baby? He's always name dropping. That's right. Riot is the voice of the unheard. I knew he was dealing with a lot more than people. Let me put that on. Gold star again. AC said, yep, the voice of the unheard. I always felt Ye was dealing with a lot more than people knew. I knew it. It's his utterings. He's learned the art of being outlandish got you attention. He understood, probably predicated on what he was going through, that the more outlandish you act, the more attention you get. And perhaps he behaved outlandish so he could not be within the confines of that cousin who was taking advantage of him. He understands the art of saying outrageous things to garner attention because it's like ripping the Band-Aid off quick. If you tear it off slow, you can feel every piece of hair peeling off your. But if you rip it off fast, it hurts, but it won't hurt and you're done. He understands the art of getting under people's skin and annoying people because he needs attention. See, it's that sometimes I feel like a motherless child. His soul is wailing and has been for a long time. And so the adulation and the remember, did you ever watch the Kanye documentary that he started filming in his early days when he kept trying to go to Def Jam and get heard and Jay-Z wasn't studying him? People have to give shout outs to Dame Dash. Dame Dash was the one that discovered him, that was willing to give him a shot. He kept saying, he didn't fit the traditional demographic because he was masking. He was from Chicago. People consider Chicago bang, 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 shoot him up, bang, bang. This kid was wearing a pink polo sweater on top of a Gap collared shirt. He didn't fit the demographic that up north people thought was like, yo, I'm a rapper and I make good. Nah, he didn't fit that demographic. He was too preppy for them. Oh, Nick's Mountain Goat said, shout out. Thank you, boo. Is it the 20th anniversary of YouTube? I didn't know YouTube was around for 20 years. You almost could drink, YouTube. Next year, we'll have a glass of wine, YouTube. Nick's Mountain Goat said, another side note, Natanya, congratulations for going live today on the 20th anniversary of YouTube being in existence. Thank you for that tidbit of information and thank you for the love. I didn't even know. Who knew? I didn't know YouTube was 20 years old. But you're real grown. Next year, we're going to have a glass of wine and a toast to you. Shout out to you, YouTube. I had no idea. Ye was eclectic. And it's okay to be eclectic. It's okay to be different. I love that. It's okay to be different. We'll put this on the screen. Luna said Jay never effed with Kanye like that. Listen, Jay never effed with nobody like that. He also is insecure. insecure, but he has mastered the art of faking secure. I call it low self-esteem masked by high self-esteem. It's not real. It's all smoke and mirrors. All smoke and mirrors. Trust me. I have some telltale signs, but we'll discuss that on another show. Ye was talented and it was undeniable. But as with people who are talented, but they fear that, see, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Every unknown wants to be the king of the genre. But as you ascend the heights of heights to become the king of the genre, you also are looking over your shoulder knowing that the next man up is coming to take your crown. Why would you want to be king? It's a temporary job. Why wouldn't you want to be lieutenant king? Why wouldn't you want to be groundskeeper at the mansion? The head of the king is always on the chopping block. Everybody is coming for the head of the king. Other kingdoms want to co-opt your kingdom and consolidate your people into their kingdom and make their kingdom bigger. It's not a secure position. And certain two-letter rappers know that. And they were threatened when this young guy who didn't fit the description of, New Yorkers, we be, you don't get off of your New York-ish until you get out of New York. When you're in New York, baby, New York got main character syndrome, honey. We the top of the world. We the best at everything. We the best. We the best. We the best. Until you come along and interact with some young kid from Chicago that got on a polo sweater with a Gap, polo underneath. And it's pink and he's eclectic and he says different things and he rhymes in his own way, but he is unbelievably talented. And you're trying to disavow him and ignore him and all of that. I remember. Yeah. Shout out to Locke. Locke said he also had a near fatal accident right before he transitioned to be an artist. So many accidents. Indeed. Because that's why he made Through the Wire, which is one of my favorite songs by my girl, Shaka Khan. I look in your eyes and I can see love so dangerously. You're not trusting your heart to anyone. You tell me you're gonna play it smart. You're through before you start. Come on now, Through the Wire. The man was so brilliant to take Through the Fire and make Through the Wire. And it was, Shaka Khan said Kanye ruined that song for, well, she's a purist, R&B. She probably, listen, there's people that say things about Shaka too. So I love Shaka. I told y'all, I sang on Shaka's album when I was 14. Yes. My god sister was Sandra St. Victor of Sandra and the Family Stand that made Ghetto Heaven. You need a little ghetto heaven. It's my god sister. She was married to my god brother. She was Shaka's backup singer, and she took me to sing on Shaka's album. We Are Watching the World. It was like a We Are the World type of thing. Who was watching the world? I did that when I was 14. So, yeah, New York fever is absolutely real. Kaylee said, oh my God, New York fever is so real, and only my family that has been strong enough to venture out of New York vowed to never go back. But you can't tell New Yorkers anywhere is better. No, when I just go home, I'll be like, oh Lord, do you guys have central air in here? My God, how are you surviving in these conditions? Baby, I'll be ready to go. Ready to go. Thank you, Lot. Uh-oh. Locke said, you are really every woman at the Dopest Nerd. Thank you, sis. You too. It's all in. No, I can read your thoughts right now. Anyone from A to Z. Bobby Brown has always been accused from his sister allegedly against her daughter. Very ironic. What? Really? Bobby Brown has also been accused from his sister allegedly against her daughter. I never even heard that. My. We must delve into that. Thank you, guys. I love that. Thank you so much. Somebody said to me, me and Nirvana went out on Resurrection Sunday after church, and I was sitting at the table. We were waiting because it was packed. You know, child, it was packed, and I was singing. She said, "Girl, if I could sing, baby, they be sick of me." I said, "Don't worry, they sick of me and her. We be hanging everywhere. They sick of us." And she was like, "You need to get you a TikTok channel or something and sing." I was like, but I'm always so hesitant because I don't ever want to be like, you know who I am? You know, that sounds so corny. So I was like, I said, girl, I got a whole YouTube channel. She was like, oh, you be singing on YouTube? I'm like, no, but perhaps someday I will. She was like, what's your YouTube channel? And I was like, the dopest nerd. And then she was like, okay, I'm gonna follow you now. And then she was like, Survivor? Survivor of what? What you survive? And it was just a whole, I was like, I said, when you get some time, just go down and watch the video. She was like, oh, I'm gonna go watch. I'm subscribing, but just tell me what you survive. And she was like, oh my God, for real? It'd be awkward. I still got to figure out it'd be awkward. But someday I will sing for you guys. But I digress. This Gemini man was so talented and so eclectic. This other dude knew, anyhow I give this guy a chance, he's coming for my hat. He's coming for my crown. And so he tried to disavow. He let Kanye produce for him, let him get close enough to be close. And sometimes people pull people close in. They pull you in so they can capture your talent and get control of it. So they can limit how fast you grow and where you grow. But see, his quote unquote partner peeped game and knew that that's what he was doing. And that's why he signed Ye. He signed Ye so that he would have the ability to control how fast he grew, and he wouldn't limit him to the exposure of Jay. See, Ye was just happy to be around his, they say never meet your well, we don't have idols except for God, but never meet your idols because they're going to let you down. Man will always let you down. That's just what it is. And he realized who his idol was. Like, wait a minute, I thought you was this, that, and the third, but I realized nah, son. You're not who I thought you was. Hi, baby. Nirvana, you took him out to walk, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And he realized he ain't who he thought he was. And guess what? That let him know, Nirvana, you look inside the thing and find the little doggy pad? Inside the closet. On them shelf. Look under the shelf so you can see. Huh? Yeah. In the guest room. So he realized how talented this guy was. He had the foresight to say, man, if I let this guy go, he is going to sail off into the smithereens because he knew that man was talented. And he really thought that he had big brother stuff because, this ninja will tell you my brother. We've heard him say it on thing before. It's my brother. He flew back all the way from another country to come here to be here for my show. This is my brother. I got to. This is my brother. And then 5 years, 10 years later, he say, me and this dude ain't friends. Thank you. I had the honor. So LB, let me put this up. Gold star, locked. LB needs a gold star too. See, you got them pipes. I love your preaching, storytelling, intellect, and voice. Thank you so much, LB. I appreciate that. And I'm going to tell you something. Something is coming up. I don't want to tell you guys yet. You will see it soon. But somebody gave me the honor of that. I did something recently and they said, you are a masterful storyteller. We have never had someone as captivating as you. Never. You are outstanding, and it doesn't feel forced or artificial or fake or contrite. It is literally, you emote such energy. It is palpable to all who can hear. And I just appreciated that so much. I really, really did. And I hope you guys feel the same way about it too. You will be able to behold it soon. But he knew that this young preppy guy with this pink sweater and these Easter colored outfits. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you so much. Nick said, very engaging storyteller. Thank you so much. Vanna. Kobe. What Kobe doing back there?
I also
Bring Kobe over here. Let me let him sit right here by me. How you know he wanna sit in the dark? He even self put a little light or a lamp on for him. He like, what I did? Y'all punishing me? And so he knew that this gentleman with this Easter colored assortment of pastel shirts was going to someday come for his crown. And so, what do you do when you fear that someone will come for your crown? You sequester them. You start to outcast them. You start to treat them like they ain't nothing. You start to look. You have his leg jammed up. I know he hype. He got the zoomies. He's a baby. He's that Bobby. Yeah, he can stay in here. Make sure there's nothing around within his line sight that he can reach. Like, pick up that over there. Put it on the table. Make room first on the table. Move these things over and put it up there on the table so he doesn't access. You're putting the silver tray. No, Nirvana. Move the crown and move the Nirvana. Move the crown and the family thing. Where you gonna come put it to the edge of the thing so things could fall down? Listen, move this thing up here too, and this. Stop taking a shortcut. Push that back. Push the blue thing back. Move the family thing so it could set. Yeah, thank you. Please. Child, what we doing no half behind stuff. Oh, they said the dopest pup. Oh, thank you. That's so cute. This is why he took Ye and Riri to Rock Nation when he left Def Jam. Yeah, to control. Sometimes people are afraid of other people, and that Riri story is a whole nother thing we will discuss on another day because she was a child. But I digress. So when you experience meeting your idols, and then you get to do that thing you've always wanted to do since you were a kid, and you climb the ranks and you think you are considered as an equal amongst your peers, and you think they love, value, and respect you, and then you start to see them moving, as we say in New York, funny style. They start moving funny style. Hey, what you doing there, boy? Nirvana? Come, please. Kobe is getting into things. Come. And they start moving funny style. And he noticed that. That's why on the Watch the Tone, he was like, don't send your people to take off my head. Don't come for my head. 2-letter rapper. What'd you say? He getting into things. Look, he pulled on the thing. The orchid. Move the orchid and them things over there. Why you can just move them things one time and put them up there? Yeah, the orchid definitely has to move. Don't move them papers and stuff. Yep. My house is getting painted, guys, so things are a little hither and yon. Put them flat over there. What? Exactly. That's what's gonna happen. And he thought that he was being highly regarded and respected by his idol, who was also his counterpart in the industry, until he realized, nah, he don't see you. He treats you like a peon. He doesn't respect you. He don't see you. He really doesn't have any regard for you. And once he came, because listen, let me tell you something about somebody born from May 21st all the way to June, 19th or 20th? If you step on their pinky toe, you will feel the wrath of a Gemini. Look, they say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a Gemini scorned. Baby, once they start, you cannot stop them. You cannot. 0 to 1 million real quick. Can't stop them. And I have that on good authority. I was once, now that I'm a woman of God, I don't regard myself as that, but I was once a young Gemini. And when you step on that pinky toe, baby, what up, joy to the world? Where you been, boo? What's the deal, mama? Once you step on that pinky toe, all bets are off. And hence the crash out that has been Kanye for time immemorial. He is a gem. He's a Gemini. Hey, come here. Kobe, get over here. Nirvana, come on. No. This was a bad idea. Come. Nirvana? Nyanya. This was a bad. Look, he going behind the mirror and thing. No, that is not good. And get this thing up from the floor right here too, please. A locked. And baby, it better not be that one with the corn. Step on that pinky toe. All bets are off. And Jay-Z stepped on his pinky toe. And so did Kim. And this man been on a crash out mission. You might as well call him. Remember those commercials they used to have with the car safety? Yo, he is literally fighting you for the bed. Calm down. He said, get my bed. Turn on the light though. Don't leave him in the dark. Yeah, put it. This is too funny. This is hilarious. The pinky toe with the corn, baby. And then when he felt like he was, because see, they're fiercely loyal. When they check for you and they really think that you check for them, they're fiercely loyal. And so when they run up on stage, when someone else is chosen over your wife, and they run up on stage and interrupt the telecast and say, shout out to her, but Beyonce had the best video of the year. And Beyonce's like, what? What are you talking about? Which I really feel like somebody sent him up there to do that. Anywho, once you step on that pinky corn, point of no return, baby. Point of no return. Did not tell her not to leave him. Hold on, y'all. She left Kobe in the dark. Mama left you in the dark. Your sister left you in the dark. Is this bad for you? Okay. I don't want you to be scared in the dark. Okay, boo? Mommy don't want you to be scared in the dark. Was that the epitome of laziness that I just slid out to the family room? Anywho, yes, very loyal friends, loyal to the very end, will run up on stage during the telecast of an award show and proclaim that your wife had the best video of the year on your behalf because they feel like they're fighting a battle for you because that's how loyal they are. That's how much they love you. And when you allow civilization to ridicule them, and you withhold information from them and you let them think that you see them as an equal, and then because of some meeting or some situation, they find out that you clowning them, baby, when you go to the shooting range and they have the black man, and in the circles, baby, you become that. Target practice. Figuratively. They set their sights on you and there ain't no turning back. Especially when they are one that have been fighting a secret battle that nobody knows. They might have even confided to you the secret battle because they really thought that you were a brethren and that you had their back, and then you used and weaponized that information against them. Baby, I don't care if God turn off their eyes, they can smell you. They're gonna seek you out like a missile, like a heat-seeking missile. Hi, baby. Hi, mommy, baby. Hi. You good? Nirvana, she's sick of me. Vanna, could you bring Kobe's water a little closer to him? She was up there going. All they see is red. And so he got to a point where he feels like he lost his biggest cheerleader, a.k.a. his mother. Remember, he made that song. And when they get on, they leave you for a white girl. Yeah. He literally predictively programmed his own existence. And here's my theory. Everybody was really upset when he left. Remember the original girlfriend? Everybody was so upset. But here's my theory on that. And I see it differently than most people see it. Most people think that when people get put on and they leave their girlfriend and they get one of these celebrity, I'm trying to be one of the celebrity, what they consider to be a bedwench, or when you're assigned to a particular high profile celebrity woman that you probably wouldn't have picked on your own. There are things that come with that. It is my sincere belief that when you get in the industry, they tell you you have to let go of your woman. There is a sacrifice that has to take place. And if you can't voluntarily decide who you're going to sacrifice, they will pick and choose. Oftentimes, people that are with their particular OG, triple OG girlfriend or boyfriend from the get go break up with him and go with some big celebrity guy. You know why? A lot of times they're saving them from what will happen if they enter that industry, especially if that person's a layperson, they're not in the industry. He, no, the first girlfriend didn't leave him, he left her. And she's been out lately. She models and does a few things, and there was some stuff on her a few months back. They were talking about her. He left her. But it's my sincere belief that he left her to protect her from that industry because he knows what was up the road. Unfortunately, when he thought he dodged a bullet by leaving the girlfriend so that she wasn't sacrificed, I doubt very seriously that he thought they would circle back and sacrifice his mama. I thought he thought he didn't think they would sacrifice his mother. And so once they did that, he was like, "You diabolical." Because here's what they want to do. The whole sacrificing somebody is to make you submit to their will, is to have this control over you. He probably thought he was going to lose a cousin or something. No, he took your mama. And here's the deal. He'd been on a crash out mission ever since. He thought he was going to be able to be, his mother would talk to him. She would look him in his eyes and she would say on every sentence, "Yes, Kanye, you did that, Kanye. Let me hear that say that line. Ooh, baby, that's good, Kanye. That's fire." See, she gave him that verbal affirmation. She gave him, her love language with him was words of affirmation, acts of service. She reinforced him and made him feel valuable. He doesn't have another person in his life that does that. And so he is, sometimes I feel like a motherless child. He can never, a motherless child is insatiable. Now you could try to replicate the chick that they assign to you. And this chick can be so desperate for attention, she's willing to play second fiddle and walk around and show her hind parts and her nether regions and all that thing. And I don't know what this is, an art project or something. And then you know what they do to these people in the industry? You know they be hook you up to a machine and change your and reprogram your brain and all that stuff. So we probably ain't seen the real Kanye in ages. He has, say it again, AC, he has never healed from his mother's passing. Never. And what do you think you get when someone has been there to sing your praises, nurture you, guide you, love you, reaffirm you, give you positive reinforcement, all of that, and be your number one fan? And they're accomplished in their own right. His mother was Donda West, as a professor. And then she is snatched away at the height of your success. He don't know where to turn. Yeah, he got cousins and this one, that one. He's the only child. He don't know where to turn. And so he thought, you know, some people think, and no offense to any of our white fans, there's something within the Black community. Some people think the white man's ice is colder. It's better over there. And so he went and found him a group of gypsy women who are grifters, and they saw him as a mark-ass B, and they went and got him. Do you see the outcome? This is not me. This is they, down there in the internet, over there, down there, back there. They say, have you seen what has happened to every man who was with this band of gypsies? One turned into a woman. Another one smoked himself almost to unaliving in a brothel. One lasted 72 days. This one is a crash out. Hello. As my aunt used to say, she's a barracuda. She will eat you up. She'll nab off your stuff. She's a barracuda. You dealing with barracudas, piranhas. Don't be mad if they chaw at your flesh and you got 2 fingers missing. And so while you were in the midst of these people that psyched you out because they could read you and they saw that, oh, he think we his friend. And so they manipulated you and made you feel like your wife was your queen. Oh, I see you with the queen. Okay. And you feeling, yeah. And all the while, when you're not around, they're laughing at you, said you done wifed up a slide. I'm not saying that. That's what they say. Them, the internet out there. They said, you can't turn a garden tool into a housewife. But he tried. He from Chicago. He done heard that line 50 million ways from the sun. But he tried. And I'm not disparaging anyone. She could be a garden tool with a heart of gold. However, he realized, and we realized through watching them in their heyday on TV, that they didn't have boundaries and, as we say in the Caribbean, brought up see. There was no set of guidelines for boundaries and all things that are good and holy with them. Anything went. I remember there was an episode where they were shaving their hoo-ha on the TV, all kind of foolishness and malarkey, things that regular people don't do in their house. Remember the time they brought a homeless man in and let him take a shower in their parents' bedroom and gave him the stepfather's clothes to wear? Where they do that at? There's a whole other thing. Let him brush his teeth with the man toothbrush and comb his hair with the man thing and all kind of stuff. It was too much for me. I said, I can't watch this. That was in the early first season. I was like, you can't watch this. This is nonsense. That would not go down in Gloria's house. There's no boundaries. And they thought anything went. When you was raised with boundaries, especially if he is neurodivergent like we suspect, you are raised with boundaries. This woman was a special woman. We watched how she handled her son. And if you come from boundaries and expectations and you go into a who's who, a free-for-all, you can't function like that, especially not neurodivergence. You need structure. Neurodivergence needs structure. They need things to be a certain way. And when you're around a bunch of people who anything goes, they don't respect your need for that. That's crazy. They don't respect your need for structure and this and that. It's you living in a whole different world outside of what you were raised with. And so you don't know how to exist. And listen, we know neurodivergence will mask. So he masked as this well-accomplished rapper and producer and somebody who was well-adjusted being with this group of people. And he really wasn't. He wasn't happy. Because listen, here's the thing about neurodivergence. You can mask for a while. But then there comes a time where you need everybody to get out and go home and you need to sit in a corner by yourself and everybody shut up. And they never shut up. Now, look, I just talk plenty too. I don't really shut up at all either, but I'm not them. There are times where I'm very quiet. The totality of all of them, oh, baby, is too much for neurodivergent. It was overstimulation in there. And now he sees his daughter. And when you see North and you see all her proclivities, he's afraid because he sees himself in that child. The rest of them, I doesn't see them too much. We don't know. But he sees himself in that girl. That brashness, that flat talk, that directness, baby, that's the tism all up and down. And there was a time where people didn't want those stigmatizations because they felt like it demonized them and meant that they were less than. No, it just means that God orchestrated your chemical, compounds and this, that in his own unique way. It don't mean less than, it means equal to. He sees his children around these crash bandicoots and he said, I cannot leave for me picnic here. So this not gonna make it star. And so even though the relationship didn't last, he has maintained his relationship with his kids. And what did he say? Well, tell me one thing he said about his kids that was bad. He said, I don't want them on social media. I don't want them exposed in this industry. Don't put my daughter in no leopard print, because we know what that leopard print on a little girl means. I don't want them around certain people. I don't want them exposed to this, that, and the third. I don't want my kids around none of this stuff. Because he sees what his ex and her family turned out to be. He don't want his kids exposed to that. They was doing things like having a fish fry for the baby birthday and not invited. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh. Same thing they did to Kanye. Thank God for his boys in them that said, I'm going to tell you where the baby party is. She's her father's child. She is Kanye. And he is too afraid. If she had the benefit of growing up with a grandma like Donda West in her life, oh, he wouldn't worry about a thing. But he don't have that. And he's like, oh my God, if I leave these children with this chick here, it's a whole crash out fest. It's Courtney Love all over again. And that's what he fears. He never said not one thing bad as it pertains to his children, but the whole world jumped on his case. Oh, come on. He's jealous. He want to mess with Kim. No, he said, I can't leave my children around these people. Oh, Keisha, your mom is not doing well. Oh my God, my love. I'm so sorry. We're sending love to Keisha Du Bois' mother. Father God, we pray your matchless, mighty hand and anointing over her to protect and keep her in her time, rebuild her into her strength. We cancel any assignment of sickness or any malady, iniquity, holes, barred, evil, anything over her. Father God, breathe life into her weary bones and tell her to pick up her mat and walk. In the ever-loving name of Yeshua, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, the Holy Spirit, and God the Father. Amen, amen, and amen. And Father God, please wrap your loving arms around Keisha, because this can't be easy. Give her the strength she needs to be able to hold steadfast in this time and be a source of strength for herself as well as her mom. Oh no. Listen, soursop leaves, no dairy. Soursop leaves, no dairy. Blackstrap molasses and baking soda, complete alkaline environment. Complete alkaline environment. The information is out there. Get soursop leaves and boil them in a tea, no sugar whatsoever. Sugar is the leading cause of cancer. You hear me? Absolutely. You hear me, Keisha? Soursop leaves, boil it into a tea. Do not add any sugar. If you need to add just a slight tip of honey, by all means you can. And she should be drinking that 3 to 4 times a day. Hot tea, as warm as she can take it, every single day. 1 teaspoon of blackstrap molasses with a teaspoon of baking soda in hot water like tea also. Rid that body of all of that. If you get rid of all mucus, all mucus will get rid of all inflammation and kill off certain things. This does not constitute medical advice. I am not a doctor. Please do your own research. This is just protected. My information and belief is protected by free speech, the United States Constitution. God blessings to her, okay? And Locked will put it in the chat. So hence, we find a young man who always did things. If you think back to his old documentary, this man said, I used to perform this, that, the other. I had a video camera. I would always perform. And so when you have a kid that's special, you can see that light. We all know the family. We all got that nephew or that cousin or sister or somebody that we knew they're going to be somebody. They're going to be somebody. We know how it go. They knew when he was a child, he was going to be somebody. They didn't know what, but they knew he was going to be something or somebody. And there's always somebody in the group that is also being traumatized, and they hate you just because that certain je ne sais quoi that exists in you, they don't have it in them. They know that you're going to be somebody, and they don't perceive themselves to be anything. And they will tear you down. And so this cousin with whom they discovered, Corn magazines, and they were reading the Corn magazines together. And this cousin then proceeded to schmectually molest him. Horrific. And clearly, this cousin, we see Kanye's an eclectic Easter outfit, pastel color wearing dude. We're not a monolith. Everybody comes in different forms and fashion. He doesn't present to me that he was the kid that was, put up your dukes. No, he was like, the pushover. He didn't have that fight in him. He doesn't strike me as a fighter. He strikes me as the eclectic weird kid. He wasn't a fighter. And so, thus, when you are not young scrapper, you will get dominated out here in this jungle. I was a young strapper. I fight it. Back in the days, baby, man, woman, child, or dog. Thank God for the glory of God to free me from that. Because, baby, I would put up them dukes because you wasn't going to dominate me. You wasn't going to beat me up. Not the least of which is it was these kids in the street, and I felt like I'm grown. Who you talking to? You a child. Stay in a child's place. They be like, what are you talking about? You a child too. No, I'm not. Because I've been here before. I didn't see myself as no child. So who y'all kids talking to? You can't bully me. And that's what it was. I was not going to be bullied or dominated or treated any old kind of way. And we, unfortunately, in New York, it's eat or be eaten. That's why it's incumbent upon us to work as hard as we can and get somewhere so that we don't expose our children to socioeconomic disparities and communities like we were at some point exposed to. And when your mother's fighting hard to go to school, get an education, and become a professor, sometimes you got to stay at the cousin's house. And if that cousin doesn't perceive himself to be anything and he jealous of you and he just got a spirit on him, because mind who you have around your children, honey. You hear this thing called a succubus and an incubus? They just jump, demons jump from person to person. You got your child around the wrong person, the demons in them will jump on your child. Or the demons on them will jump into the next child that will disrespect, dehumanize, and molest your child. Be mindful of who's around your child. This is what this man was succumbed to. Do you know what it takes to run around and keep your secret? That's eating away at you every day. To sing a happy song. And I knew when a young man comes into the rap career and one of his biggest songs is Jesus Walks, he's fighting a battle. I knew it. I said, he's fighting a battle. This is way before we even got to ever see what Kanye would blossom into. I said, he came out with Jesus Walks from the beginning? Oh, yeah, something going on. He's been fighting a battle. He was calling on the Lord. I was in theology school when people was like, oh, please, Sunday service, that man ain't no Christian. I said, I had to check some people in the class. They was bad. Yo, they was talking down on him. I said, how dare you? How dare you be attending theology school, telling the world, I'd have heard you many a time saying you want to lead a church, and you sitting here denigrating this man. Who are you to question his Christianity? Who are you to question his belief system? We are all sinners. But for the grace of God, there go I. We are saved like a wretch. He saved a wretch like him, and you and I. How dare you denigrate this man's quest for a spiritual walk? Like Donnie McClurkin said, regardless if you like his theology or not, regardless if you like his singing or not, one of the most profound things that man could have ever said is, we fall down, but we get up again. For a saint is just a sinner who fell down and got up. How dare you stand here in a religious studies class and denigrate someone who is calling on the Lord and calling out for salvation? You ain't perfect. I'm not perfect. Neither is he. I had to clean their clock in there. I was like, yo, y'all are hypocrites, spiritual hypocrites. And the professor was like, let's unpack that. I hear what you're saying. Let's unpack that. Yeah. This man has been questing for the Lord, but he is carnal minded because of the industry that he exists in. And you cannot straddle the fence with God. And I would never want to trade places with him because I'm sure it's not an easy life. See, that's what happens when you quest for something that ain't for what God had for you. Perhaps God said, yes, you're a talented singer. I'm going to let you be a gospel singer. And he was like, but I want to be over there with those guys. Until he suspends a desire for things of the world, until he suspends his desire for things of the world, until he unalives to himself, to the flesh, and lays it all down and falls under complete submission and surrender to God, he will forever chase the fame of the world. And it's not going to work out. That's not who he was called to be. He was a young 20-something enter and said, Jesus walks. You had to come from something. But what happens is when you get in those industries and you proclaim the name, swinging out the gate, you proclaim the name of Jesus, you got a whole bunch of people that will intentionally lead you astray. Because who are you? We don't want you giving homage to him. We don't want you to pay homage to the great one, Mr. Yeshua, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth. We don't want you out here espousing this. We don't want you leading a generation of young people to the kingdom. So we got to send you round in circles, go round in circles. Ooh, taking ain't much time to make up your mind. Either you love me or you don't. Oh. In the crazy mixed up world, you say you got me, but you know you won't. You can't listen. You'll go around in circles until you release and suspend your desire for things of the world and hold fast to the. If you could just touch the hem of his garment, you will be healed. But you got to stretch your arm forward. He's right there. You ain't about to touch him, just the hem of the garment. And just like the woman with the issue of blood, you will be healed. And Yeshua will turn around and say, who touched me? I'm just saying, I don't know who I'm speaking to, but if the cap fit, make them wear it. He wasn't called to be that, but he is still lusting for the things of the world. And I guarantee you, if Donda Smith was still in the land of the living, baby, his story would have went a whole other way. But when you lust for the things of the world, they have to take something that means the most from you in order to get you to submit to their will. The one mistake is you can't get no Gemini to submit to your will. Geminis don't submit. Only God. They don't submit to you. You can't tell them what to do. They are a free spirit by nature. It has to be a submission unto God. The need to be a part of that world means you are not holding fast to the hem of his garment. You cannot be carnal minded. Carnal minded means straddling the fence. You know the word and the goodness of God. You have sought salvation and got it, and God has washed away your sins, and you keep sticking your toe in the ocean of the world. I just want to stick my toe in, God, just my toe. I'm not bound to jump in, but I will put my toe. You cannot put your toe back in. Once you put your toe back in, it is stained again, and you have to go through the whole process again. You keep questing for the way of the world. What has it done for you? How's it working out? At some point, you got to say, you know what? This ain't my thing. And you got to let it go. They knew his mother was his anchor, and that's why they cut that. Yes, indeed, baby. K-Leg said, and I'm sure they knew his mother was his anchor, and that's why they had to cut in order to gain control. I believe that wholeheartedly. And I'm going to tell you another thing, not to divert off of Kanye, but once you are so detached from the Most High, once you're so detached from God and the things of the kingdom, that kingdom business, being about your father's business, you listen, like I tell y'all, everybody walking the streets, hey, beautiful Michelle, hey, Michelle, hey, beautiful Natanya, the dopest nerd. I'm just catching up on yesterday's live and now today's. All glory goes to God, King of Kings. Asheo, my love. Yes, indeed. All glory to God. To God be the glory of it all, baby. We can't do it without him. But just to, like I said to y'all all the time, everybody that's walking around that's in a flesh suit and they look human, it's not human. And I can't say with 100% degree certainty, but if I had to choose someone who was an NPC and not a true human, the girl at the FSU shooting that videotaped and took a picture of the young woman who was shot and denigrated her and took her dignity in a most vulnerable time in her life and submitted it to the world, sipping on her Starbucks double mocha latte frappuccino with 2 whip and whatever. How could you be so detached? How could you be so disgusting? How could you be so selfish? You cannot tell me inside that flesh house there is a working brain and a heart that contains a spirit connected to the Most High God. Ain't no way. That's what they call an NPC. NPC, baby. You go on a computer. That's what that is. There's no way. There's no dignity in defiling someone in their most horrific moment of their existence, defiling them by putting their trauma and their victimization on the internet for the purview of others. As you sip your thing and step over it. It's like the guy in Atlanta the other day that went to the ATM on top of the dead horse. Like, those are NPCs. If you think for 1 second that a soul resides in that flesh house with those people, I need to check you too. It is absolutely disgusting, absolutely reprehensible, complete and utter crash bandicoot trash bag existence. Something in the milk ain't clean and God ain't in them, because that's disgusting. There's a school shooting. You're so detached that you're just, oh, let me take a picture of her. What are you, what? And then you went back and took another picture? Who are these people? What measure of people are these? There should be a charge attached to that. That should be a crime. Should be a charge attached to that. And honestly, she violated that young lady's civil rights. I would sue her. I would sue her. How dare you? How dare you? In a moment where you should have been calling 911 or seeking to get assistance for me, you said, oh, baby, I'm going to get clicks with this one. No. God ain't in you. Ain't no way. Straight up NPC. Not a human. No. No. There's no way God is in that. And that is disgusting. But I want you to pay close attention because some of your children are that. You hit a nickname. Now, we used to call them, oh, these out of control young people. You see what their name is now? YN. YN. Y'all know what YN mean. If you don't know what YN mean, go in the AAVE dictionary on the internet and look it up. Perhaps you don't have to go so far. Perhaps Twitter, whatever. I'm sure there's a shortcut out there that would give you, hey Siri, what is a YN? And if Siri, oh, look at her. Look at the, watch nosy. Oh, child. I thought she was about to say what it was. She brought up Beethoven. Okay, I'm gonna let you off on that one. Cause baby, if she brought up the what it mean, I'll be writing a letter to Apple. We have to take precaution and pay attention to the young people around here. What up, Tia? Pay attention to the young people around here because what up, Toynette? Some of them are manifesting in this exact way. Some of them are there. There's a term associated with them. Crash outs. That means no holds barred. That means anything goes. That means hide your kids, hide your wife. They snatching everybody. Why should we exist in a world where the young ones, I believe the children are future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. And they have designated themselves YNs. When you name your whole, a segment of your demographic, a YN, what is left? You never heard that term associated with nothing positive, have you? I haven't. Oh, look at the precious little YN. No. I heard, child, you better hold your bag tight. You know them YNs out there. Absolutely, Nick. Love you too, baby. We have got to save our generations, okay? Now, I know we spent a lot of time on Shannon and a lot of time on Kanye because those very conversations need to be discussed as well. And I just wanted to be considerate at the end. But this cousin of Kanye's who was graping him is now incarcerated for life for unaliving a pregnant woman. See, he knew he wasn't going to be nothing. He knew. And in the pursuit of not being nothing on the express elevator to not being nothing, he thought he was going to tear Kanye down too. You know, we have a little song, a reggae song. Muggle pan your one time man, cause him can't take back where him done did give you. Was by your one time man. You find a new man and you know him might take care of you. And there's a part where he said, swear to God it will carry you down too. Because it's what they're saying is he thought he was going to tear you down. It's like stunt on your old man because he can't take back what he gave you. Pose on your ex because you found somebody new and you know he takes care of you. Do. When he see you, he jealous because he swore he had tore you down to the ground. There's people in this world who all their one aim in life is they already knew from jump they ain't gonna be nothing. And there's enough broken adults out there saying that to kids. You ain't gonna be nothing. Your father wasn't nothing. You ain't gonna be nothing either. We have got to stop all these things. Somebody was saying in that child's ear, you ain't gonna be nothing. While Donda was across town telling her child, you great, you gonna be somebody. And that cousin that was being told he wasn't gonna be nobody said, I'll be damned if you gonna be somebody too. We all ain't gonna be nobody together. And in spite of it all, Kanye rose above and became something. And you gonna tell me you think that cousin didn't have malice? He might be texting him, talk about, oh, I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna tell everybody what I did to you and what you was doing with me. And Kanye had to save himself. Because the way he came out with it, gangbusters, ripped the Band-Aid right off, was like, let me get this out before somebody take me down with this. And so I'm all for disarming the ops. I'm all for disarming someone who thinks that they're going to tear you down. We have got to be careful of who is around our children, friend or foe, family or stranger. Be careful who your children is around. Be careful who you bring in your vicinity. You just may be inviting Kaiser Sose, Shaitan, the devil, Lucifer into your dwelling. See, here's what I know. The devil cannot enter your dwelling but by your invitation. In layman's term, the devil can't come in your house unless you invite him in. I done told y'all, take them welcome signs off of your front door. You see the cute, y'all be on the internet and y'all scrolling and somebody's making a welcome sign, that tall, long welcome sign, take it down. When you put welcome in front of your front door, you are ushering in all sorts, all measure of energy and spirits into your home. Take it down. Who you got to sign up for? Are you so focused on who may come to your door? Because who we fooling? You know how y'all act anyway. You inside the house, knock, knock, knock. Who that? Ain't nobody called, said it was coming. Who's that? You don't want nobody at your house anyway. Who we fooling? Take the welcome sign down. You're welcoming demons into your house and spirits. You do not know what you will welcome in that will jump on your child. Be mindful and wary of what you do and who you bring around your children until you have vetted someone. And vetting someone is a long process. Do not expose them to your children. I was listening to The Breakfast Club, and I'm going to end on this note. Pretty V, she's a young lady who was on Nick Cannon's Wildin' Out. I didn't know much about her. I know she did that. However it went. It was cute. It was a funny little thing. I liked it. It was comical to me, and I used to always tell Nirvana, sing that for me again. I heard her. I don't know what she's been doing and what she's been keeping herself up with. She's apparently a woman of God. And she released a book with, I think it was a 30-day or 60-day devotional. She was talking. I was so impressed with her. I said, oh. And then she made a profound statement. She prayed for everybody on the show. And listen, I could tell that she really listens to the show is exposed to who these people are. When she prayed, baby, oh honey, she was pulling cards, and not in no kind of slick, maliceful way. She prayed, she met each person at their point of need. She didn't ask them what they needed. She prayed to God on their behalf at their point of need. Oh, I said, this is a woman of God. And then she said, in a Caribbean household, I was like, she's Caribbean? Wow, I really want to talk to her. And I wanted to talk to her before I knew she was Caribbean. Once I heard what she was saying, I said, yes, I really want to talk to this kid. So that is my mission. I want to bring her on for an interview. However, she said something that was so profound. And I want to part after 4 hours and 24 minutes on this live. I want to part with this. She said, if you are starving, you will eat anything. Baby, I don't know who that's for tonight, or perhaps everybody out there in YouTube land, because it doesn't have to be a literal starving. It can be figurative starving. If you are starving for love, you will settle for any raggedy piece of man that drag his nether regions round your door. If you are starving for affirmation, you will hang around people that's not your friend and allow them to exploit you because you don't want to be lonely. If you are starving for money and financial resources, you will compromise your integrity for $1. You will only fan yourself into no dignity. I don't care what the need is and what the hunger is. It doesn't matter. Switch out this hunger for that hunger, add water and stir. If you are starving, you will consume anything. Make sure you ain't out here starving. Okay? Literally and figuratively. And if you cannot find anything that quenches your hunger and satiates your spirit, try God. Try Kobe. What you doing, Kobe? Nirvana. Nirvana. What are you telling me say? Nirvana. Vaughn. Hilarious. Stop acting like you don't hear me. Fake sleeper. Come to this door. Well, geez, are you okay? Did you fall? Look over the banister at your dog. My boy get up on the couch and I lie down like wagging his tail. Oh, child, that is too funny. Yes. If you are starving, you will eat or consume anything. If you find yourself at the sound of my voice, whether you are on the live or in the replay gang, and you have not been satiated by anything, baby, let me tell you something. I know something that will quench every thirst, that will satiate every hunger, that will give you all that you need and more. His name is Yeshua, Jesus, the Christ of Nazareth. No weapon formed against you shall prosper if you only should cling and touch the hem of his garment. Oh, all things will be added unto you. You hear me? All things will be added unto you. Baby, when I tell you, say, please, with every fiber of your being. Baby. Sorry. With every fiber of your being, try your best. Try your best and make sure that you try God. Don't count on man. Don't count on that dude that says, say there, girl, I spotted you from across the room. Remember on Good Times where the guy used to open, my name is Lenny and I got N-A. And he got a whole bunch of chains in his trench coat. And then you say, oh, not that? Okay, well, how about this side? Watch out. Be mindful of who you keep company with. You might be entertaining God or the devil. You better try, make sure you know which one. I have something that will quench every thirst, every need, fill every void, satiate every opening in your spirit, baby. It take away that feeling of sometimes I feel like a motherless child. It's called God. Try it on for size. I guarantee you it has everything you need. Everything. Everything. Fill all your voids. Check all your boxes. Try it on. In closing, I want to say I love you all. Good night to the entire Dopest Nerd family. I love you. I appreciate you. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us, and we appreciate you. Be sure before you leave that you give us a thumbs up, like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so that you are notified every time we go live or we make a post. If you love the channel and you would like to support the channel, by all means, on the ticker, you will see my Cash App. You will see Lock, the Dopest Mods Cash App. By all means, if you choose to subscribe or support the channel, please do so in any form or fashion that you wish, even if it's simply a prayer. We take it all. We appreciate it. We love you. We will be here until we meet again. Tomorrow, please God, I will be back. And I will make some posts, and I will be here for you guys. And I'm always here for you guys. I hope everybody that needed a prayer got what they needed today. I pray comfort, God's anointing, covering, and protection. Say the 91st Psalm over your house and your children and yourself. And you're going out and you're coming in this time and forevermore. Anoint your house. Baby, Pharaoh is out there. They checking for door. They checking to see which door has blood on the top of the door. Anoint your house with that 91st Psalm. Protect yourself because they out there. Tomorrow, please God, until we meet again. Shout out to the dopest mod in the land, baby. Give her some love. Put some respect on that name. Put some respect on our dopest mod. You ain't getting no moderation nowhere on YouTube like this. Put some respect on her name. I love you guys.